and welcome to another Nerdy Collective. Very excited for our guest today. But before we get started, I got a little something special out there for somebody in the community. So pay attention, guys. Here we go. And a big congratulations to Simy. Excellent work. She got to go into a show for an art gallery. Congratulations. Gotta post this for the community. Enjoy, everybody. Make sure you check out our links down below.
My goodness. I feel like I'm on an episode of This Is Your Life. My goodness, that was pretty good.
Welcome, Chris. Thank you so much for being here, buddy. Awesome.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. That was very nice. I feel like I'm on like a big time show. I feel special.
Of course. Come on, special to me in a lot of different ways. We'll get to that. So without further ado, let's get my co-hosts on here. Here we go.
What's going on, guys?
Buddy,
the whole thing on popcorn already.
Sorry. Here we go.
No, you're good.
Next, without further ado, here we go. Boom, my buddy. Oh.
Are we ready now?
Hello,
YouTubians! We are here today to tell you why we love comics.
Yes. Awesome.
Oh, that brings back so many memories. And just for the occasion.
Yes.
Changing the world 2 gloves at a time. I'm telling
you. Love it. And everybody in the chat today, thank you so much, you guys. Rob, buddy, what is up? So nice to see you. Thank you.
I feel like I'm about to do a Mickey Mouse cosplay right now.
The jazz hands.
I got the other gloves. Sorry. Kiko Roscoe, buddy, what is up? Yes. Nice to see you. So, Chris, it's a pleasure. It's an honor, truly. I have been looking forward to this for a long time. Me and the boys, big fans of your show. I've been watching you since, 5 years ago, at least 5 years ago. And I remember times I'd come home, watch your show, miss it sometimes. You get really mad because I missed the live show and I catch the rewind and have to watch it. But I loved it when you got to live chats because you'd get on these conversations and you weren't even showing your face at that time.
Nope.
Conversations, and I was just chiming in the chat. Loved it. But you've inspired me in so many different ways, Chris. You have no idea. So, community, I'm just saying, this is a guy is a legend. He started a lot of different things. This one right here, you don't realize it, from auctions to even my buddy down here, his name, White Gloves, came from Chris. So, anyway,
we might have to share the Superman dive he did on one of my live shows back in the days. I wonder if you remember that one.
Do you have that?
No, because when I shut down my original channel, that's all gone. I wish I had. I'd still watch it to this day.
Do you know how many people have asked me for that footage?
You'd think in the day of the internet with everybody recording and saving, you'd think there'd be 20 people out there that would have recorded those things. But that's just because we did 7-8 hour videos. No one had the time to do it.
Thank Collector's Inventory. You guys are awesome. Buddy,
I was not going to let that girl win, but she ended up winning anyway.
I do miss those days.
And she's female.
So awesome. So thank you so much, Chris, seriously, for that. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's
nice I have a lot of really, I don't want to get all mushy and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but it's like,
don't worry, we'll say squirrel whenever you get too mushy.
Considering what I usually get from people,
all of you in the community that gives me so much crap, even the boys on my show give me so much crap about eating some popcorn and my video intros are too long and the music and all that stuff. That's me. That's my creative side going.
Yeah, we know.
And
we may purposely do it though.
I know you do. This guy here means a lot to me. I'm just saying.
And I like what you did. It takes effort to do that kind of stuff. You know, it takes time. It takes, blood, sweat, and tears to to do something that you love. And that to me is never anything bad. So
all right, guys, let's start off with the questions. There's a Q&A about Chris. Let's get into this before we get into all the other conversations. I know this is going to probably be a long stream today. So everybody in the chat, thank you so much, you guys. Simy, right away, there you go. I hope you watched the beginning. Simy, did you watch the beginning? I rewind it and look real quick. Just something special for you.
Then congratulations on that artwork that you did. The Batman one was my favorite. I actually thought that was just an image.
Way to go. And congratulations, Simy. That's fantastic. Your dream is coming true. Big time. A big supporter of her. I got a lot of her artwork in my house.
So. I give so much respect for people that do artwork. My grandfather was a professional artist and loved what he used to do, and it definitely did not skip a generation when it hit me. So I can't even draw a stick figure.
Okay. So Q&A. So everybody in the chat, if you got questions for Chris, please ask them now. Boys, if you got questions for Chris, start them up.
And no holds.
Go.
No holds barred.
Go first.
I have known Chris since 2014.
Yeah, about that. Actually, no, it would be about 15 or 16 because I started my channel back in 2015.
Okay.
And I think 2016, like the end of 2015, beginning of 2016 is when I started taking it into the live chats and everything and that going in that direction.
Just a little confirmation. Yeah, he's the one that talked me into start doing YouTube. He's the one that started me talking me into doing videos. He's the one that gave me the name Mr. White Gloves. I mean, that's where it all started with me. And the journey that he's set me off on has been long. It's been hard. It's been fun. And I appreciate him for doing that, you know. And the first question I would like to ask Chris is, what made you start getting into YouTube? What pushed you over that threshold and you started doing videos?
Well, I originally, before I started my We Love Comics channel, I had another channel that I was doing called Bar 911-970, which I still have up, but I'm no longer allowed to make videos because the controversial things I talk about, YouTube doesn't like and actually silence me. I originally thought people making YouTube videos back in 2010 was kind of just, why would people do that? And then I was like trying to find my niche. Just like finally I just decided, my friends got me into it and they're like, you know what? You have a voice. Somebody can hear you say something and it might change somebody's life. So in the beginning, I was trying to figure out what my niche was. So my first YouTube video ever was just making these cartoon things that I think maybe 8 people watched.
Yep. And
I was like, all right, I didn't want to talk about that. And then I realized, go with something that you're good at. And I started with coin collecting. And I showed videos of my gold, silver, and coins that I collected.
Mm-hmm.
And then people started messaging me in the comment section because, you know, people will do that.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, do you know the monetary system's corrupt and, you know, the government is corrupt and all these other things. And instead of being one of those people that doesn't listen to people's point of view, I am one of those people. I will listen to everything and then make my own opinion. And I started researching things. Went into the videos of talking about things that can help people better their lives and kind of by awakening people to realities that many people don't want to understand or don't want to believe in when it came to all governments and things like that. After a while of being given death threats from talking the truth and having hate, you know, sounds familiar. I got so emotionally tired of it because people used to take my phone number and harass me on the phone.
Oh yeah, I remember
death
that.
Threats. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's when I was like, you know what? I used to collect comics when I was a kid. Let me do another channel to offset that one and kind of do something fun. And I never thought it would go anywhere because I started watching comic book channels back in like 2015.
Yep.
And I was like, this looks like something fun. But I'm like, when I first started making my videos, that I didn't show myself because I didn't want people from the other channel to see I was somewhere else and have to deal with that. And I thought my channel is nothing special. I'm just showing comics and just talking. I never thought I would go anywhere. and I got like 1,000 subscribers in like my first month.
Uh-huh.
And I couldn't believe it, but I was just it blew me away that I can talk about something I love and people actually cared about it. So it became something I really wanted to pursue.
Right.
And then as it grew, I could tell you the exact moment when people turned against me on the channel, because before that particular moment, I was getting thousands of people watching my videos. I was getting subscribers every day. And Wycliffe, trust me, I appreciate the fact that you said I inspired you. I have lots of people that I convinced to make videos because I'm a true believer in, and this is why I called it We Love Comics and not I Love Comics or anything like that would be just about me. I wanted it to be about everybody. So the more people that made videos, the more it got it out to the world to see what we find is passionate. And that was very important to me. So I never saw anyone as competition. I never saw somebody, even if they had 10 million subscribers and I had 10, I would never be jealous of them. I would want to be something different from them to give people another way to view what they love.
Right, right.
And the day that people turned on me, and it shows how quick people on a dime will change on you.
Oh, yeah.
I did a video talking about Mylars, how they are, from my opinion, a waste of money, because unless you have something vacuum sealed and you put it away in a place where oxygen cannot get into it, it depends on how you store a comic that will determine the overall condition, overall time. So I used to have my original books from the 80s and 90s in the original bags and boards I put them in back then, still in them today, that got 9.6s, 9.8s, and tried to teach people you don't have to spend a lot of money unless you have it. And people killed me for that.
Wow.
And I was just blown away because I'm like, there was no ill will intent. I was trying to say to people, you may not have to spend the money that some people are telling you to do, because if you have a Mylar and you put it in your window, the sun is going to destroy that comic. If you put it in the basement that's unfinished and the weather changes because you live in an area where it's cold and hot, the moisture is going to kill it. So it doesn't matter what money you're spending. So I was trying to actually help people to not spend money and focus on the comic instead of what's holding the comic.
That's when I come up with the idea. I started vacuum sealing my long boxes.
Yep.
And I was getting rid of all the air out of the long boxes by vacuum sealing the whole long box and putting them up for long-term storage and keeping the temperature the same.
And it works. It works. It works.
Yeah, because you're eliminating the fact of bugs, bacterias, and molds. So that actually is the best way to do it. Now, obviously, not everybody's going to vacuum seal their comics, because then you could never read them and take them out. Because, you know, if you've ever vacuum sealed something, once you open it, you know, it's all back to normal again. But I wanted to have a channel where I could share my ideas. And I always thought that if you didn't agree, because I was old school, if I don't agree with somebody, I don't chastise them, I don't hate them, I don't bash them. I'm just like, well, I don't agree with you. And I might say it passionately because I'm Irish, English, Italian, and from New York. You know, even if I live in Florida now, I have that New York mentality. So I might come across as, you know how many people say New Yorkers, they come across as very arrogant.
Yes, yeah.
We're used to things quickly. So if I'm at a drive-through at McDonald's, for example, if it takes 3 minutes, I'm like, geez, why is it taking so freaking long? In the South, if you're in a restaurant and you're sitting there waiting an hour, that's normal. So I can understand that people would say that my brazen approach to things can rub people the wrong way, but it's never ill intent. I've never tried to purposely hurt anyone in the community.
I know that for sure. Dusty, what's up, buddy?
Brick drop.
Yeah, and that's why it's like I even said, and you can even see it. Well, you were going to tell me some of the questions at the end. I don't want to know. I don't want anything pre-planned. I don't want to have a script. That's why when I do my live videos, even on my other channel, I had a topic in my mind. I hit play and I spoke, and just went with it. That's how I always wanted it to be.
I don't have this usually scripted. It's just I like to give my guests that come on for the first time just those two questions that I ask. The kind of to use your brain for the community. That's something different. Otherwise, It's not scripted. This is just the way it is.
Yeah, and that's why it's like I don't even want to know what those two questions are. I'll find out when you ask me.
We got a question for you, Chris, from TMNT in the chat. Here you go, buddy. It says, if you could choose 5 DC characters that haven't been in the movies yet, who would they be and why?
The main ones have already been in the movies. That's the thing. I would, well, for one, I would love for them to do a Green Lantern right.
Oh,
so I don't even know if you can consider Green Lantern being in the movies with what they did. So I see, to me, the biggest mistake, I'm a Marvel guy, but I don't hate DC. I love DC, but I just collected Marvel more because their characters just resonated with me more. I was never one of those, well, if you have a Sony PlayStation, then you have to hate Xbox. I have both. It makes no sense. But to me, I think the biggest thing Warner Brothers made the mistake of is Batman being dark went so well that they decided every DC character had to become dark and gritty like Batman. And that ruined it. Because Superman, I went to the movie theater when I was 6 years old in 1977 to see Christopher Reeves as Superman.
Yep.
That is what Superman's supposed to be. He's supposed to be the strongest Boy Scout you've ever met in your life.
Right.
And when they tried to turn him into like literally a murderer by snapping Zod's neck, to me, I think what they should focus on are the main characters, but do them right and do them how the comics made them famous. That is the reason why we love them today.
Of course.
So because I'm not a huge DC fan, I don't know a lot of the minuscule characters that I think would be good enough to do a movie. I think you got to always go with your strengths. Like Marvel should not be doing TV shows about characters like Echo at this point, because outside of the comic book community, most people would have no idea who she is. And if you want to have people come to your movie, and the idea of somebody making a movie is to make money, you want the Spider-Mans out there. You want the Venoms. You want the Punisher. You want Wolverine. You want the main characters. The others should be like side characters that are involved in the movie. So I think the best answer to that question is that DC should keep the main focus of the characters like in the Justice League area and have the other characters be part of those movies, but not the main forces. Because the average person that does not like comics or follow comics like we do, they're not going to flood in. And you can see that what's going on with Hollywood in the past probably 3 to 4 years.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
So that would be the honest answer about that one.
Cool. Guys? Jeff?
Well, I met Chris a while back at the flea market that was that one time with Steve. So yeah, and then well, he already explained where We Love Comics came from. So
yeah, see, there you go.
Yeah.
So. I just wanted it. I just thought the best name for it would be about. I didn't want the channel to be about me, and that's why I didn't show my face in the beginning, because I wanted it to be solely on the comics. Because I always hated YouTubers that put themselves as the priority over the things that they are supposedly in love with.
Right,
it's not supposed to be about you.
Right.
You're representing it from your point of view, but I want people to focus on the comics that I'm talking about and sharing, not the fact that I'm saying them. Because not for nothing, I may say a couple of things different than others, but there's only so much I could talk about that would be different from what 100,000 other people can do on their own channel talking about comics. They're just sharing their perspective in a different way.
To his defense on that, it took probably, I'd say 8 months to a year backstage when we used to meet with Chris before we finally talked him into showing his camera and showing his face off air. I mean, it took forever. There was a big group of us that always met and talked and everything. And we had hilarious times backstage and everything. And I would say maybe on the 8-month range, but it took quite a while before him to even show his face to us in the back.
Yeah, because I just wanted it to be about the conversation. Because if you see how everything's politicized in this world today, if you just actually put up a blank screen about somebody and let them share their story, you'd be amazed at how many people from different angles might actually, instead of focusing on who or what they are, they would focus on the content of what they're saying. So that's what I thought, even with comics, I just wanted it to be about the comics, not about me, because I just don't have that ego. I don't care what people think. I want them to enjoy what they enjoy. And if it's something that I'm sharing, that's what matters to me.
Come on, Roman. You got an invite, buddy. I sent you 3 already. You got them. Just come on. You are
Chris,
a co-host.
Well, Chris, you moved from New York down to Florida, and you did some videos that I watched quite a few times when you was moving to Florida, in the pool out there eating up the sun. Then you did the videos on the flea market and everything.
Yep.
And did they end up closing the flea market? Is that why you left the flea market, or what was the deal with that? Because I know that
it's actually a very interesting story with that one, and it shows sometimes karma, if you do the wrong thing, will come back and bite you. It ultimately ended up getting shut down. What their excuse was COVID.
Right.
That's what they put on record. What we were going through at the time was we were hearing rumors for a while. See, because this flea market was originally owned by a family, and the father passed away. So it was his baby. He put his heart, soul into it. And when he passed away, he gave it to his kids who didn't want it because it involved work. So there were rumors from even before I got there that they were looking to sell it. Now, they were denying it the whole time because, of course, I study things like contract law and things like that. I know that until something is official, you could never say anything because you can affect stocks and, things that can get you financially in trouble. But you can always see the writing on the wall. And what happened was they waited until the lockdown to say to people, we've sold the place to, it was either going to be a condo or to like a person setting up a like a Walmart kind of thing.
Right.
And they said you have 30 days to vacate. Now, this was during lockdown, so no one was allowed to leave their house in the beginning. And they knew that. And they basically gave people about 6 days to say, you're gone, even though some people have been there for 30 years.
Right.
Now, what happened was, before it became a flea market, they had some like auto body repair shop or a junkyard. And instead of doing the right thing and like getting rid of all the cars, they buried them underground.
Oh, no.
So what happened was, when they undercut all of the people that were there, some people, like I said, up to 30 years at that place, and told them they had to leave, they were selling it to another business that said, we have to check the water quality.
Yeah.
And because those cars were rusting underground for over 30 years, it failed the inspection. So the deal broke through. They did not get their money. They lost the flea market because they kicked everybody out. And now it's an empty lot sitting there collecting dust.
Wow.
I know that.
That's why I'm a firm believer in karma.
Yeah.
You do the wrong thing, eventually things come back and haunt you.
They do. Totally believe it.
But yeah, that they closed down. They said they closed down because of the lockdown. That was their excuse to do what they already had planned that they were denying for months, which is a shame because I really, it was the first time I had my own comic shop. It was actually doing very well. I actually just spent, there was a business right across from me that was a little, like a 19, 20-year-old guy. I forget his name, but he used to sell stickers. And that was it. And I always thought, how do you make a living doing stickers? But he had followings. I just bought his business because he was going out of business. So I acquired his business, put it into mine, and spent about $1,000 to $2,000 on new stuff to get that place even to the next level. And that's when they shut it down for 1 week.
Wow.
Yeah, the water table in Florida is awful low. And if you start burying cars, I mean, that's a big no-no. It's just like the gas stations that around here. If you sell a gas station, you have to remove the pumps or the tanks, or they have to be tested once a year.
Right.
And the ironic part is they didn't want to remove the cars because they didn't want to spend the money, and now environmental fees are costing them, I think, like $300,000-$400,000.
Wow.
Yeah, so you get it what you give sometimes.
We got another question in the chat here from Pop Culture Commerce. He said, Chris, what is your most prized comic that you own?
There's a couple, because you know what it is, because it depends on what you're talking about as prized. The first comic I ever bought was Cosmic Boy #1 in 1986 or 1987. So as far as the first comic, like they say, you never forget your first. That has significance to me, even though it's worth nothing. Then when in, I think, 2016 or 2017, the whole reason I even started collecting comics was back in the 80s. I know most of you know the Death in the Family line.
Sure.
Where they had people vote in if Robin should die or not.
Right.
That was the comic that got me into collecting comics, and that was the first time I went into a comic book store to find out that Batman 428 was already out, and it was like a $50 comic. So I bought Batman number 429, which was part 4 of that series. So that has significance for me. But overall, if I would say the one that I'm most proud of is, I would have to say my X-Men #1 that I got right before I shut down my original channel, that I never got to show on the original channel, because it was the first time I ever acquired a first appearance of a character. I always had, like, for example, Daredevil #2 or Tales of Suspense #40. I always had this. I got as close as #2. Like Amazing Spider-Man, the closest I got at the time was Amazing Spider-Man #9.
Right.
So to have a #1 when I never thought I would be able to acquire it meant I was going in a different realm, and it was years in the making. So those are the 3 comics I would say I'm most proud of.
Cool. Okay, awesome. I got another question from TMNT. He said, what are your top 3 favorite stories from comics? You can name more than 3 if you like. For me, it has to be Animal Man by Lemire, Sandman by Umbrella Academy. Yeah.
Civil War was definitely a great read. That was a great story. But I would say my overall favorite story, most people may or may not have even heard of, it was a Spider-Man line. It went to Spectacular Spider-Man, Web of Spider-Man, and Amazing Spider-Man when Spider-Man went cosmic.
Oh yeah.
And I think it was either late 80s or early 90s. I think it was late 80s. That was my favorite story. I've read that like 500 different times. So I would say of all the stories out there, see, I also love things like The Killing Joke, The Death in the Family. Like I said, that's another great one. But my all-time favorite is when Spider-Man went cosmic. I just thought that was the coolest thing to read, and I read it so many times I could probably recite it.
Here we go. Ramirez says, what grade did X-Men 1 get, Chris?
Yep. I originally bought it graded. It was a CGC 3.0. I bought it back in 2017. I paid, I think, $2,062 for it. And then, coincidentally enough, about 2 or 3 weeks before this whole thing about CGC came out, I decided, because when I moved here from New York to Florida, 1 or 2 of my CGC cases cracked, one of them being my X-Men #1. So it had a cracked case. And then I also, for years, I was like, when I learned pressing was a thing, because in the beginning, I never even knew pressings were a thing.
Right.
It had a non-color breaking crease all the way up and down the spine. So literally about 2 weeks before the whole CG thing came to light, I decided I was going to send it to PGX, crack it open, and have them regrade it, and maybe a pressing could increase it.
Sure.
It ended up, it still came back a 3.0, but it gave me the peace of mind that it wasn't one that was switched in a CGC holder. So I don't regret it one bit, even though it stayed the same grade. And I a slogan that some people hate that I came up with was low grade is better than no grade. I am proud of that 3.0. Just like I'm proud of my Amazing Spider-Man #1 that's coverless.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Though Chris started me on collecting, and no matter what grade it is, so even some of the Frazetta Golden Age stuff, I go, it's a low grade one, but I got one.
Whether you own a 0.5 of Amazing Fantasy 15 or you own a 9.8, you still own the first appearance of Spider-Man. So
right.
The fact that you can say you own it should be the exciting part,
right?
Not what grade some third-party person and a bunch of people said, this is what I think this is. See, I'm a firm believer in you should have raw comics and you should have graded comics. I think they both have their pluses and minuses, so you cannot eliminate one or the other. You have to just do it honestly. But to me, it was never about the grade. And I love watching unboxing videos, especially when somebody does I don't know the grade kind of video. But what will get me to turn off the channel and never watch them again is when somebody says, oh, this is a 9.8, they get a 9.6, and their life is now destroyed. To me, it is not about that. It is about you got a comic that maybe other people wish they could own. Be happy with what you have, because I grew up in a very poor family.
Right, yeah.
I remember dinners where we had powdered milk and we had macaroni and cheese, and we cut hot dogs to fill the macaroni and cheese, and that was our protein.
Right.
So I grew up with a family that said, you appreciate what you have. So to me, I don't care if it's a 9.8, which I would love, or if it's a 0.3. I have a Hulk 1 that was chewed up by rodents, and I am so proud to own it because I never thought I would ever be able to acquire one. So to me, that's what's important. The comic itself, not the grade that can give you a couple of extra $100, because that's what we know. If you get a 9.6 and you're mad you didn't get a 9.8, you don't care about the comic, you care about the value.
Yep.
And unfortunately, there are hypocritical people out there that will bash other people, and I'm not just saying me, other channels, because they think a different way and they try and be the holier than thou.
Yes.
Love what you love, but respect others can love what they love.
Exactly.
I don't understand that concept, but you know what? It's a hill I'm not afraid to die on. And that's why most people have issues with what I say, because I will say what most people are afraid to because they care more about their reputation than their integrity. And to me, integrity should be priority one.
Big shout out to Brian. Brian, buddy, here we go. Chris, will you be at MegaCon?
Honestly, I'll be right out. I just fell out of love with cons years ago. You know, when I was a teenager and in my early 20s went to Comic-Cons, it was all about the fun. Like, and I don't even know if I have it near me. Yes, I do. When I went to New York Comic-Con, back in those days, they didn't charge for autographs. Right. And I thought it was just the coolest thing to have somebody that did what you love sign it. I remember that I missed a panel from John Romita Sr. And I just missed him. I went into the panel, everybody was clearing out. John Romita Sr. was there.
Right.
He was walking out and he sat down and talked with me. And I was telling him, you know, I remember your first work which was Daredevil number 12. Yes, Daredevil number 12, where you see Kazar hanging from the tree. And he didn't even remember that was his first work at Marvel. And he signed the book. And that was one of the books that got stolen from me. That would have been another one that meant so much to me, because they signed back in those days, they signed in the inside of the book. But back then, I used to hate when people would go and get their book signed and they'd put 20 comics in front of a person and say sign them, because you know they're doing it for money. I would never, even though there were signers back then that would have no problem with it, I never gave more than 2 books. And I was standing online for Art Thibbert. And as I'm waiting online, the kid in front of me was talking about how he's going to have him do a sketch. And I'm like, they can do that for you? And they're like, yeah, if you ask them. So I was like, well, what do I do? They didn't have sketch variants back then. I didn't want to have it drawn on a comic. So I took out the backing board of the comic I wanted him to sign and asked him, can you do a sketch of Wolverine? And that's what he drew for me.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
And I sent it to EGS, not to get verified, because I don't need it to be verified. I got it. But I want it encapsulated. And I want this buried with me.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's I went there, I got that, and he drew that for me. Which ironically is funny. When I sent it to EGS, I didn't think that you should mention what the character was. They originally thought it was Batman. So I could kind of understand. You might think from a side profile.
That's cool.
But I know exactly what it was. And to me, that was the fun of it. So Comic-Cons today, they're pretty much, unfortunately, all about the money. And, you know, who could sell the most variants of something and just rob people blind while a few people make a crap ton of money? I'm not about that. Yeah. If I went there, I would go there just to meet up with a couple of YouTubers that wanted to talk in person. I wouldn't even care about the comics.
Sure.
Yeah,
the other thing I'm interested in, and I've only been to one in 25 years when I was with the boys down in Florida, but it's like I like to see Artist Alley, see the artists, the actual people that are doing that. That's something I would enjoy, like, big time.
Yeah, to me it was meeting somebody that did that. Like, another comic I got signed was Ghost Rider 18, which was that glow in the dark 90s.
Sure,
nothing. Yeah. But he signed it for me, and he sat there and talked about it, and we had a conversation. Now it's just sign next, sign next, sign next. That's why I never went on a line for Stan Lee, because I wanted it personal, because you weren't allowed to talk to him. If you wanted to take a photo, you had to give him $100. I'm like, really? Yeah. I don't care who you are. You should enjoy what you do and don't care about, well, if I resell it, because that's another thing that gets me. Like, the people that have problems with people selling comics. Yep. If that's the case, then there should not be a comic book store in available, because those people once loved comics enough to build a store, and they're making money off of something they bought. Well, it was originally for 10 cents, 12 cents, $1. Right. And they're not selling it for 10 cents, 12 cents, $1. So they're making money. But who cares? Yep. What you do with your property is your right, whether somebody else is offended or not. Yep. Nowadays, like, people like Rob Liefeld, who will not sign New Mutants 98 unless you pay him.
Yeah.
This is why I say to Rob Liefeld. Because it should be, if you never made that comic, which, by the way, was irrelevant for 2 decades, nobody cared about it. Right. I had one of my copies that I didn't even put in a bag and board, and I put it in a bin of the comics that will never become anything.
Yeah.
That's where it was for 20 years. It meant nothing. But it's like, if you didn't do those, you wouldn't be where you are. So don't forget where you came from.
Exactly. And a lot of them attitude. A lot of them do now. So.
And that's why I won't do it, because it's to me, I want the old school people. Like, when I talked to John Romita Sr., he had such passion that he sat down with a nobody like me that had nothing to give him of any value other than a time period of reminding him of something that he forgot that he did. And he was so happy about that. That, to me, is what it's supposed to be about.
Yep.
See, I've had the opportunities in the past that I can get in early to the cons and everything before they open. And I've had the opportunities to go up and talk to these artists and writers and stuff. And, you know, and not have to wait in line, because I'm not going to wait in line for somebody to sign my book. I don't want my book signed anyway. I mean, if you're going to sign it, if it does get signed, it's going to get signed on the inside cover, because you're not messing up the front cover of my book. I'm sorry. But I've had quite a few opportunities to talk to quite a few artists and writers, and when the crowd's not there, and that's what I'm lucky. And the cons, the big cons now, I think they're a thing of the past. I found one con that's a small con that does nothing but older books from the probably 50s, 60s, and 40s, and the older toys. And that's the con I'm going to go to. And it's not a big crowd. And a lot of the dealers that show up there, they show up there to sell their comics. But I asked a number of them, and they said, the reason we show up here is not to sell our comics, which we do anyway, because we don't make money at this show. It's to talk to the other people out there, and they swap comics back and forth to other dealers, and they move them around. Well, I happen to get involved in that, and it's just a real small con. Yeah, and I loved it. And that'll be the last con that I might show up in Dallas and everything, maybe, but that's to see people. But as far as buying books, that's the only con I'm going to every year. And I am a member of that organization now that puts on the con. And That's what I'm going to do.
Nice.
So I can't tell everybody where it's at because everybody'd show up.
And they'll ruin the whole experience. But yeah, it's for the love of it. It reminds me.
Yeah.
Many people probably don't know this about me, but from around 2003 to around 2011, I was a lead singer of a cover band. And I remember the first time I got up on stage, I had such a blast. Of course, I was back in my drinking days. So for me, a rum and Coke was 99% rum and a tip of Coke. That was my drink of choice. And at the end of the night, after doing I sang 3 sets. About 95% of each set was about an hour long worth of music. I never had any sheets of the titles of the songs and, how to sing them. I had them all by memory. At the end of the night, I'm like, they handed me $100. And I'm like, holy crap. It's like, I just had the most fun in my life, performed in front of a whole bunch of people that was screaming my name, dancing because of what we were doing. And I get paid to do it.
Yeah.
The money should be secondary.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody does it all for the money, you know what? You have the right. So I will never say to somebody, if you're a person that says, I have comics because I only want to make money, you know what? I may not agree with that, but I'm not going to bash you for it. It's just not my thing. And that's the problem I think what a lot of people have, I would say just in life in general. If you don't agree with somebody, so what? If they're not harming somebody else and not doing wrong, it should not matter what they do. Because if you had everybody doing the same exact thing, why would you need more than one person to do it?
We're all individuals, exactly.
What makes it special.
My long career collecting comics, I have not made money off of comics because I've probably only sold 2.
I was just going to say because you never sell them.
Yeah,
you never sell them.
Everybody knows that. And the last one I sold. One I sold, I regretted selling it, even though I had 4 other copies of the book that I sold.
Oh, yeah. I remember on my channel when you'd show your comics, I'm like, I want to punch you in the face. I'm like, really? You have all those comics you won't let? You have 57 like Amazing Fantasy 15s. And you're like, it's like, well, let me get the case in the bag and I'll put the glove on for the case. Like, you son of a bitch.
See, guys, I've always been that way.
but I never. You were the most invited guest on my channel than any other person. I loved having you on. So it didn't matter if what you were doing was something I agreed with or not. You did it because it made you happy. So God bless you for that.
See, Monty.
And after I made my videos, I'd go in there on the big screen and I would entertain myself by watching myself.
Yeah.
I didn't care if I got 1 subscriber. I said, cool, I'm on TV, dude. Yeah.
I am surprised you don't have a second pair of gloves to make sure you protect the gloves you're wearing.
I remember that. That was the ultimate setup, and there was no pre setup to that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but they said something about, what do you got under those white gloves? Because they wanted to see my hands because I never showed my bare hands.
Yeah, well, I thought it was a cyborg.
Gloves, and I pulled them off, and there's another set of gloves underneath there. I said, "There's my gloves." Oh, that was just, and I don't even know why I had 2 sets of gloves on that night. It's just, maybe handling my AF-15. I don't know.
One day we will have you get one of your gloves and signed, and then you'll have to grade it.
Yes. That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
I have looked into having special gloves made and everything, but I've really never found a place that could do them like I wanted them. So.
How the people that don't own a glove business have not sponsored you is ridiculous at this point.
I buy hundreds of gloves. I mean, these are good for about 2 episodes. That's it. Yeah. And I do wash them, but I got a big old huge laundry hamper over there full of gloves that I haven't. Oh no, that I haven't washed.
Hold on, it's internet connection. Give him a second. He'll come back. While we're doing that, while Chris comes back,
he needs to go check out Tim's shop since they're both named.
Okay, real quick, while he comes back, let's get my other co-host on.
peeps? What's happening?
There you go.
Much,
There,
man.
back.
Not
There he
much.
is. Boom.
All of a
There you
sudden,
go. Yeah, it was your internet. Your internet crashed. I watched it. All of a sudden, you had the winding thing show up.
I'm glad they don't let me know about those things on the internet.
It's
Just
okay.
happens all
All
the time.
good. I'm running at pretty fast speed, so it unfortunately the way stupid internet streams work, it goes to the weakest link. So if your connection that's what happens.
Well, that's me anyway. So
That's all right.
No, it's probably me actually.
Probably.
Dude, my laptop is so old you have to crank it to get it to start. So
So we got a question, Jeff, Chris. We got a question for you, buddy. Hold on. Collector inventory. He said, question to Chris about comic book bags, polyurethane, polyurene, or mylar. What are your opinions is best and why?
now, best according to what though?
Yeah.
Now, are you talking about as far as price? Because like I said, whether you put your comic in a mylar or you put it in a regular comic bag, it depends on how you store it. If you have a bunch of mylars that you spent tons of money on and you leave it up in the attic, in a couple of years, if it's not insulated and there's differences of temperature and moisture, that comic will be destroyed. There's a reason why the Declaration of Independence is kept underground and kept in a oxygen sealed case, is because paper eventually goes away.
It degrades,
so,
yeah.
The difference between a mylar and a regular comic book bag means your comic will probably last an extra 100 years after your great-grandkids have already been long since dead. So my thing is, yes, you'll have to change the bags every now and then when it comes to the lower grade ones. But like I said, I have had books still in their original bag and boards that I had since the 90s, and I've taken some out, and they've gotten 9.6s, 9.8s. So to me, if the thing about mylars is it makes the comic look nicer.
Yeah.
So if you're selling a comic, it's almost misleading people. Because if I have this in a regular bag and board that I have it in, and then I was to put this in a mylar, it would look a lot more glossy. That misrepresents the comic because it's not the comic that's more glossy. It's the mylar. So you're actually misrepresenting what you're trying to sell. But I'm not going to sit here and say mylars aren't good. If you have the money for it, I mean, there's a reason why a Ferrari is going to be better than a Hyundai. But they'll both get you to where you need to be. The question is, can you afford the Ferrari? And if you can't, don't buy a Ferrari when you have Hyundai money.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I'll be honest, Chris. But I have spent a fortune just on supplies alone. It's insane. I care about my books, even if they're in shitty grade, and I will put them in mylars. I am a big mylar fan, but I don't sell my books neither. So I mean, look at that.
Here's a mylar. So I have no problem using them. But why would I'm not going to spend the extra money because my channel isn't called We Love Mylars.
Yeah,
it's We Love Comics. I care about the comic. The job of this is to keep my fingers off it and keep bugs from eating it. Like I said, this comic will last probably 200 years.
Yep.
This one will last probably 300 years, depending if you stored it properly. So you'll be dead long before the mylar will show you the benefits of what it does.
Right.
It's the old saying.
Madness.
It's the old saying. You got champagne taste on a beer drinker's budget.
But again, it's like me. If you like using mylars, that's great. I don't care what you do with your stuff. What always blew my mind is how many people got angry at me for sharing my point of view that they may not have agreed with. Because I don't care what you do with your books. You could use them as toilet paper.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right.
They're yours. Or you could be on the other end of the spectrum, like Mr. White Gloves, who probably has never touched a comic raw dog.
Yeah.
With no condoms.
Somebody understood that reference.
And all my books over 40-something thousand are in mylars.
Yeah, and I'm so picky about my collection. It's like, and it's annoying. I got to find some kind of pattern, but it's like, so I got boxes organized to characters, but the Mylars and stuff, I got all the books face to face. So like, when you're going through it and you're like, oh great, there's like one, and then one is face to face. You got to look at the other one, and everything's face to face just to keep the line straight.
Chris did a video about that.
Yeah.
And to me, it should not matter what you put them in. If it's something, because let me tell you something. If you're a person that collects things, you probably one, a hoarder, and two, probably have some kind of OCD. We all have that.
We do.
Right.
That goes with the territory. That's why we collect the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
There's something in here that says we are not like the average person. So there's going to be quirks that we do that we are going to obsess over. That's why I understand somebody that may hate an Xbox player because they like PlayStation. Me, I was always on every end of the spectrum. Yep. Why would I hate somebody because they're playing a different video game?
Yes. Oh my God.
Why would I hate somebody if they put their if they put their comic in cellophane? That might drive somebody crazy.
Yep.
Right.
But to me, it's your comic. If you want to take the silk out of a worm's butt and wrap it around the comic because that gets you off on it, God bless you, because it's your comic.
I have run into collections that I went in there and they were all in long boxes and looked at them, and they were all wrapped in what do you call
Baggies?
that? No, the wrap that you put stuff on.
Cellophane.
And I was like, "Are you kidding?" And they were in real good shape, but when I got them home, I was sitting there going,
"Yeah,
are you serious?"
When I first started collecting comics, and to this day I still have it, my Superman, what is it? Yeah, the Superman 500 issue, that thick issue. I wrapped it in cellophane. That's before I even knew about bags and boards. When I first started collecting, it's still in the cellophane today. Nothing wrong with it.
I'm a fan of it. When I ship books to people, AOKs, I wrap them in cellophane, then put them in the cardboard, just so they don't sit on their porch if they get wet, just to protect them.
These were individually, though. Every individual one was wrapped in there and put in there as bags, and I was like, it took me forever to unwrap all those, and I was like, I think he owes me money now.
So sorry for all the AOKs that get sent out there. The G-Man's got them really wrapped up for you.
But that's the thing about when it comes to collecting, investing, or anything that we collect, whether it's bottle caps or it's comic books, there's going to be people that have a particular way they have to do it.
Right.
That doesn't make somebody else's way wrong. And to not like somebody because they do something different than what you do says more about them than it does about you. Because, like, I'm listening to Mr. White Gloves with those things, and I'm like, well, that's a little over the top.
Yeah.
But so what? That's what makes him him. There's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it made him happy, but it didn't make me happy when I had to take them all out.
Maybe, now that I know that, if you ever bought a comic from me, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to wrap it in cellophane.
Oh, I don't doubt that wouldn't happen.
Too funny.
Well, I was going to say,
what did he say? I think silkworms. What did he say? Silkworms' butt covers
increase the value of the book.
Well, there you go. Hey, if you can afford silk, God bless you. Then hey, put it on your comic.
Well, and God loved Monty to death, but he's never going to sell a copy of anything, even if he's got 16.
Oh, I've tried. When I used to do my auctions on my live show, I was trying so hard for him to put one of those books because he would have gem after gem you would drool, and not just like they would be like it would be like Amazing Spider-Man #1 at like a 9. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
It's really a
museum.
Chris. So Monty went on one of these like contest shows, like a wrestling contest show, and he came up there like hacksaw Jim Duggan with a 2x4 in his hand, and he was competing with comics, and all there was people in the chat had a vote on who had presented the best comics. He brought out this really lame book or whatever and lost the fight, and at the very end he goes, damn it, I pulled all these out of my vault. And he pulls up raw books.
Yep.
ASF 15. He had like $250,000 in comic books, and it was like only like 8 books in his hand.
Right.
I'm like, what the hell?
The time I wanted to strangle is when he said that he wants all his comics buried with him when he dies.
Yes.
I don't know if he still thinks that way, but I remember him saying that. It's like, I want to literally reach through the screen and strangle him.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you're gonna need an excavator or a couple of those to even dig that hole big enough, you know.
My brother's got a huge front end loader, so
there you go.
Yeah, you can stand inside the bucket and your head won't touch the top. But yeah, I'm still the same. Me, I had never changed.
Well, if anyone who wants to come an archaeologist after that happens, you know where to go first.
Buddy, what's
well, I'm going to be stuffed in the doorway when you open the door up. I'm going to be standing right there.
Legend in the house.
In a comic sarcophagus.
Damn right. I'm going to be wrapped in Mylar. I'll be in a Mylar coffin.
Vacuum
a Mylar coffin wrapped in cellophane.
And,
I guarantee you, all his pallbearers will be wearing gloves when they carry him in the casket.
For real. But just hope they don't slip and drop the casket with all those slick gloves on.
Here, hold on. So, collector inventory question. He said, okay, the reason I asked the question is because I have my grandfather's books and I wanted to preserve them the best way I can. One of those books is More Fun Comics, issue 73, action comics from the 30s and the 40s.
Right. Well, here's one thing I'm going to tell you that most people will not tell you about things like Mylars. Mylars do not have a lot of flexibility. So you have to be extremely careful when you are placing them in a Mylar, because it's almost like putting them in plastic. Mm-hmm. When you have a regular bag and board, the regular bag, it has more give. So it could be a lot easier to put a comic in. If you have a very expensive comic and it hits the side of a Mylar, it could rip the comic in half. I mean, just like the cover, for example, it'll tear it. So, right. So you have to put all factors into an equation, not just the parts that everybody focuses on. If you have the money for Mylars, I'm going to be the first to say they are going to make your comics look better. They are going to give better protection, but you're talking the difference between, a condom that might have one brand of rubber and a condom that has another brand of rubber. It depends on how you use it. If you put it on halfway, it's not going to work the way it's supposed to. So you have to think about things that no one will talk about. Mylars are very stiff. They are very. If you have to be extremely careful when you put them in and when you take them out, because that flap will fold back in on itself if you're not careful, because it will. If you take a regular bag, you fold the flap over, it stays there. The Mylars, they are, because they're like almost like a plastic, they'll bend back forward and they could scratch your comic and destroy it. So if you have very valuable comics, those are things you might want to think about. Not just do they look good. It also depends on how you store them. If you lay them all flat and stack them on top of each other, I don't care if you put them in solid gold cases, they're going to get affected. If you put them in a place where there is moisture, because remember, unless you're like White Gloves who vacuum seals them, bacteria can get inside them. So if you don't store them in the right place, your comics will get destroyed. The problem is it's so minuscule that it could take decades before you notice it. So just go with what you feel is the right way to go and not base it on, well, this is the most popular, so there's nothing that could be wrong about it.
Right.
And not see that there are actually negative sides to anything and positive sides to anything. Anybody who thinks one way has a one-way thought process, and that's not somebody I want to talk to. So that's what I hope this person does.
Oh man, that question it got answered after Chris said about the condom. That's why I know.
Because I know 100% of my viewers that watch me are guys, so who's gonna get a reference better?
This one was funny by Mike Wheeler. Most people don't know condoms have serial numbers on them. Not everyone rolls them down all the way.
And not all of us are single.
No.
Yeah, we don't need those things anymore.
Funny. Good one, Mike.
You know, if you're that worried about your books, just send them to me, and I will take care of them for you.
And you'll never see them again. And see, this is actually the stuff that I miss, and White Gloves can attest to it. This is what my live channels was always about until people screwed me over. And I don't know if you were there the day that they all, like half of them came out and admitted that they were just using my channel and they actually did not like me.
Oh, no, I know they were. Yeah, I remember all that.
People think I make these things up, and I'm like there's, I think Judge Judy said it once, and it's always stuck with me. When you tell the truth, you do not have to have a good memory.
Yeah.
And if you look over the years, my stories never change because they are not stories. They are what happened.
Always been transparent, Chris. Always been transparent.
And that's why I may have a small following, but I have a real following because they know that if I say something, I may not always get it right, but I will never intentionally get it wrong. And that's the difference.
Right. Well, and I think you make a great point always too. I mean, like, it really doesn't matter what everybody else thinks. It's your stuff. Do what you want with your stuff. Like you said, if you want to use the comics for toilet paper, so be it. You know.
But the problem is in this community, there's a lot of people who claim that they like comics and just won't admit that they're doing it for the money.
Yeah.
If you care between a difference between a 9.6, if you care, that says nothing about anything other than monetary value.
Yeah.
If you love comics, you don't care about the grade. What is the difference between a 9.6 and a 9.8? Maybe an eighth of an inch of a color break. So you're telling me that is life-changing to you, that you have to send your book back 50 times until you finally get somebody that says, you know what, I've seen this book 100 times. Let's just give them the damn 9.8.
Well, and I feel like too that in this day and age, there are a lot of 9.8 snobs, and now CGC is actually going to pre-qualify for 9.9s.
Yeah,
about that, which is interesting. So that's going to start a whole nother controversy of people like, oh, my 9.8 is not going to be worth crap because now they're going to pre-screen 9.9s.
Right, and people forget a couple of years ago it used to be a 9.6 was the 9.8.
You're not wrong.
And now because people are never happy, you could get a 10, and somebody would say, well, why isn't it a 10.1?
Yeah,
I mean the difference. People don't understand the difference between a 9.8 and a 10. Is something that you probably have to see on a magnifying glass to spot.
Right.
And again, to me, it's about if you sell comics to make money, more power to you. Because you know what? Somebody might be doing it because they have starving kids that need to be fed, or they need to make sure their wife doesn't end up homeless. So I never berate somebody for doing something, but be honest about it. Don't sit there with your shield of armor saying, I am righteous, and I'm doing it for the love, and you're complaining that your 9.8 comic is only a 9.6. All that means is you care more about the money. Be straightforward about that. And that's why it's like, I will never sugarcoat. And that's why if anybody wants to ask me questions, they can ask me whatever they want. I'll answer any question that people want to ask. Because those that used to attack me because they didn't like me. They never attacked me on something I did wrong. I've had people mail me cash in the mail to buy a comic from me that I've never met in person.
The old-fashioned way.
Right. And I sent it because they knew that it would get there. I wouldn't say, oh, I didn't get it. Or I'd mail them a box of rocks. I think that's disgusting. And what's happening with CGC is...
Agreed with that. Myler Madness says there's no difference between 9899 and 10-0. All the damn...
You know, I miss the days... I miss the days when we'd meet out on horseback in the old range, and I'd sit there and have a comic book that I'd say is a 7.5 over street grading, and the guy would say that looks like a 6.0 to me, and we'd come to a bargain and we'd agree with the price, and it wouldn't be graded at all. We'd grade it ourselves and go on.
The problem is there are always going to be the few scumbags that will try and lie to people.
Secret, and I'm sorry to say this, but it's the truth. So if I do want to buy a graded comic book and it's really pricey, I always go to PGX. And it's always more reasonable. I'm sorry, I do.
There will be people who hate you for that. But meanwhile, right now, what's going on with CGC? Do any of you honestly, be honest, any of you really think it's one scammer and there's only 350 comics?
It's multiple.
No.
There's That's been going on for a while. I've been waiting for something like this to happen for a while now. Just to umpty that ante all about all the stuff that's been going on. It's like, I'm surprised they didn't figure it out long ago. I know it's more than one. It's multiple.
The thing is, there are not free thinkers in this world anymore. There are people who will just regurgitate what somebody else says because it makes them feel good to join into a tribe. And I'll tell you, like with my original channel, my other channel that I talked about in the beginning, the Bar 11970, I was originally a Democrat. I loved Obama. I used to listen to Rachel Maddow and others on CNBC. But then I started hearing all these things that were going on, and I wasn't afraid to at least find out about it. I wasn't like, I am set in this way. You cannot tell me anything. I'm like, okay, let me hear what you have to say, and I will, through my own research, find out if you are lying or there's something actually genuine about what you're saying. And it's the same thing when it comes to comics. It's like, you can't bash one company and then give another company a complete pass, because then you're creating a monopoly, and that company will do everything it can to make profit their number one priority. And that is what's going on now. And the people who will, the ones who will say nothing are the ones that bother me the most, that try and pretend it's not happening. Because like they say, evil thrives when good men do nothing.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Well, a little update on this. Probably there's been rumors and everything. CGC also grays coins.
Yeah, I heard
and
about that.
they're thinking that maybe there's some coins out there that have been switched out.
This has happened throughout history. This is not something new. I mean, there were people that use the reason that you have ridged edges along coins is because back in the days of the Roman Empire, they used to shave off the sides of the metal.
Yep.
So this is not something new, but we cannot let the few bad apples spoil the tree. And you can't have people that say, well, we should never have slabs ever again, because there are some good uses for it. I am glad to know that somebody said that my book is not restored or is restored that I was not aware of. That makes it more transparent. It's the bad apples that allow bad things to get by for their own financial benefit is what hurts people in the long run. And people need to be, there are good and bad of every side. There will never be one side of the spectrum. That's why you have yin and yang. There's always a balance. And if you think only from one side, you think on a two-sided coin, heads is the only thing that's there because that's what you're looking at.
Right.
And because I do the philosophy part, people don't want to hear that because it spoils the fact that now they actually have to think, and their money could be in jeopardy because they look the other way.
Right.
You can't do that if you want to look long term.
Exactly. Roman. Hello, Roman.
Hello.
Roman, can you mute if you're simultaneously screaming, can you mute that part?
It's muted.
It's just because it's echoing in the background.
That might be my TV. Hold on.
That's okay.
I got the TV on. All right.
Thanks for coming, buddy. Sorry for the interruption. Sorry. Okay.
Hello, Roman. How are you doing, buddy?
Another day. That's all.
Yes.
How you feeling, buddy?
I had my alarm set. My alarm set for 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I had to do it. I postponed it an hour ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I got on that. Oh, I must have missed it or something. I said, okay then. And
I sent the link out. It says the time, you guys. Read it.
Hey, I had to set the alarm for 1 o'clock just to be able to be here on time. That's bad. We had to set an alarm for 1 o'clock in the afternoon to do something.
Yeah, as they say,
Roman does a lot of.
Than never.
You should, talking about the selling and stuff. Roman's very experienced with that. He sells books all the time, back and forth, and I'm sure he's experienced all of this
for fun, just to get rid of some dead weight. Sometimes you read stuff and you get rid of it, just to get rid of some dead weight.
Well, yeah, you don't say that in front of Monty. You know that, right? You don't say that in front of
dead weight. You just build something bigger.
He has his wife, my lord. Come on.
Yeah.
I took her out of that years ago.
Everybody knows
we were divorced.
Oh, good, buddy.
Everybody knows on the panel you have to move.
Oh, good.
If Monty's not moving, he's built a museum in his backyard. Yeah. And everybody else on the panel, you have
he
to
actually
move.
built a whole new shed.
We Love Comics had to move. Chris had to move.
Yeah, I had no room left in New York because of it.
He had all those comics he had to move.
Really, I got rid of my wife. And that opened up the world right there. Then my kids moved out, and now all their rooms were full, so I had to build a huge barn out here, and it's a 45 by 30 barn that it's getting full. I'm fixing to add on to it.
So what episode of Hoarders will you be on?
The comic edition.
That is a house I would be glad to clean for free for you.
Yeah, no kidding.
I am organizing things. I've got
He'll be organized until he's 90.
I mean, this right here is a desk. It's a desk. Yeah, and I got another warehouse rack right here that's a desk, and I got storage up above here.
Well, I see the light over there.
So I'm going up. I can't go out no more, so I'm going up.
Monty, I just want to come see. I just want to come see the Cathedral of Comics. That's all I want to do. Just come see the cathedral. You know what I'm saying?
You'll have to be vacuum sealed.
Chris, he built a whole. I watched him build this damn thing from the foundation up. His new facility on his property is unbelievable.
Let's just say it's not shocking to me one bit. It's just unfortunate we'll never get to see it.
I will do a room tour, but my uploading speed is so bad that or a barn tour, but my upload speed's so bad that it just takes forever to edit videos and put them up and everything.
So my question, Monty, if I come visit, do I have to wear a hazmat suit to get in?
I do have hazmat suits and SCBA, and this brings me back because when you said that, I was on Chris's show one time, and I come in with my SCBA mask and my suit on, and scared the living daylights out of his guest. I think it was a female, wasn't it?
I can't remember. Had those back in the days.
And she was just like doing this, staring at me like, oh my God, I'm scared to death. What did I get myself into? There's a guy with a gas mask on and a hoodie, a CDC hoodie or a suit on, and he's talking, and it was so hilarious. It was I scared the living crap out of her, and I don't know if she ever came back on his show again.
Well, if you ever saw the movie Back to the Future, when Marty goes back and he's in that hazmat suit and he comes out of the car and he's got the Walkman on, that's basically what he did to that poor girl.
I said, I'm going into my clean room to mess with my comics.
What's Darth Vader from the planet Vulcan.
If you're confused, collector inventory, we are multi-streaming on everybody's channels. So if that's what you're trying to figure out, I apologize for that.
Here's some
I got
trivia.
the links down below.
Let's see who can answer it. What group was playing on his Walkman?
Ooh,
that was.
I know.
Oh wait, yeah, I know what it was. Yeah, I know exactly what it was. It was Van Halen.
I do too.
Yep. It was Van
Halen. Eruption from Van Halen.
Ah, see, and that's the kind of stuff I used to do on my when I used to have live shows on my channel. I used to do like just random trivia. And you could tell them about the Superman story if you want.
Oh, my God.
Go ahead, bud.
I wish I had the video for that. Trust me, I would be playing it to this day.
Chris come up with this video or a game that almost killed me.
I almost killed everybody. Remember when one went through a door?
Yes. I still talk to Larry. He's up in Canada.
Oh, he hates me.
What we did is he come up with this game that he would call out a comic, and the first one that come back and brought it up and showed it, you would get points at the end of the show. You'd win a prize or something like that.
Yeah, I used to have people that used to donate comics to give away as prizes.
Yeah. Yep. And so we've been playing this game for a couple of times and everything. Me being an older person, there was this girl on there. I knew that, the way she looked, she's going to win. And she kept on, and I know I beat her a couple of times, but Chris said, oh, yeah, you won. You get another point. I'm like, really? Really? I was like, yeah. I said, I ain't going to win this because of my looks. But I sat there and said, I ain't going to let her win. So he called this comic out, and everybody got up and go looking for these comics. Well, I had a coffee table that was sitting in the middle of my floor, and I was over there digging. I found it, and I was running back over to get on camera to show this comic book, and I tripped over this coffee table, and all you seen was like my hand was my body. All you seen go across the screen was.
It was in slow motion. It's like he wasn't there, and then all of a sudden you just see this. Oh, out of nowhere. It was the most hysterical thing. Now, White Gloves, to be fair, I never judged. Remember, I made my subscribers judge who they picked would win in a tie.
Well, she always won, and I was
like Chris was saying, he had all guys on the stream, not surprised.
It was one girl. I was like,
well, let me ask you this: was she or was she not attractive?
She was very attractive.
Okay.
Now you know why the subscribers picked her in the tie. It wasn't
I got to know this girl real well and everything, and talked to her a number of times off air and everything. And she was a real nice person. She ended up getting married. She had a dog named Thor, and she was a real nice person. And we was going to meet up in Dallas, but I didn't get to go that year. Then she kind of just went to another social media, and then kind of just disappeared. And
she modeled for Larry's comic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the funny part is that's why I find funny. His comic got as high as it did because I used to promote his comic and I used to give him away as a prize. Right. And he was the one that started the whole admitting why he hates me. It's like I would love to this day know what I ever did to him for him to hate me the way he does. I mean, to this day, he trolls my channel.
I don't think he hates you. I think it's just the clash of
no
personalities. I don't know. You know me. I've always stayed out of all that stuff. I was in Germany, and I was accused of being a racist when I was in Germany. I'm like, how in the heck am I getting accused of being a racist when I'm even in the country and I didn't even talk to this person?
Well, let's put it this way. You are on my live channel more than anybody, right?
Yeah.
Name one time that I did something that insulted or tried to belittle any guest. Can you think of one? And be honest. I'm not one of those that I don't want you to. If you saw something, I would rather you say it.
That goes way back there. I can't think of every episode, but I can't off the top of my head. But I know that when you get in a field of frame of view of someone's attacking you, and then you have to defend yourself and attack back. It takes a long time to get you calmed down.
I blame that on my Italian heritage. I'll blame that on my grandfather.
It does. It does.
I'll be the first to admit that. I'm a Scorpio. I'm Sicilian, Italian, and I'm from New York. I'm surprised I haven't murdered or been murdered by somebody at this point. So I will see, and that's the thing. I will never deny that. If somebody attacks me, I'm like, because I'm old school. Back in the days, if somebody had a problem, you'd fight it out, and then you'd shake hands and go drink a beer afterwards.
Yep.
So to me, it's like, get it out, get it over with, and move on. Like, if Larry called me today and wanted to be friends and be generally friends, I'd be cool with it 100%. Because I don't hold, in real life, I have no enemies. That's what blew me away about the internet, is that people can actually hate somebody. I never had anybody hate me in real life.
I'll get on that subject, what you're saying right there, Chris. I got something to say about that.
Cool.
It's called cancel culture. And it's stuff that's in their face. When it's in their face and they still won't admit to what they see, and then they actually play stupid. That bugs the crap out of me. I freaking absolutely hate that. It's right in their face and they still don't see it. And I'm like, really?
I guarantee anybody that had a problem with me online, if we met in person, we'd probably be out shooting pool, having a great time. The last time I got into a physical fight, I was 10 years old.
Yep.
Gen X. There you go. See, I'm also Gen X. There you go.
Gen X as well. Yeah, exactly.
I don't take kindly.
I remember all the times, great memories that happened to. What was that?
What he's referring to is we used to have 8 to 12. We'd start the channel back over when YouTube would kick us off.
Oh yeah,
and then started back over, and I mean we had streams, long streams.
Right.
Oh yeah,
remember that.
The only reason they were 8 hours is because that was the limit.
The limit. Yep.
We would have kept going. Yeah. My wife used to hate that, I'll tell you. But yeah, that's what we did every time, and we never really had an idea of what we were going to do. Well, I started by like, okay, this is the premise, and let's just go, if even that. Right. And it would go for hours. I used to remember my live shows would have 1,200 to 2,000 people watching.
Yeah.
Wow. And it was just, it was
that is a lot. And chat just going like crazy.
Oh yeah. And that's why I felt bad after a while, because I couldn't respond to everybody's comments. Because it got to the point I would literally spend hours of my day trying to respond.
Yeah.
And that would be just from the last week's comments.
Yeah.
So thank God I never got really popular or anything. I don't know how they do it. But yeah, I miss those days. They were a lot of fun. I mean, this is the first live show I've done with other people, probably in 7 or 8 years.
Dude. That's why I couldn't, when he told me who was going to be on, I said, okay, we'll see.
Because I don't care what people think.
I was like, he ain't done a live show in like this format in forever. Because I even talked to you a couple of times.
The last person that interviewed me, I forget his name, but remember the kid that used to come on my show that was the impersonator of Carl from Walking Dead? I forget his name, but that was the last person that ever interviewed me. No one ever asked.
That wasn't the one you turned the channel over to, was it?
Yes, he actually. Okay. Yeah, he took, when I shut down, he asked me permission to use my name, and then gave it back to me because he got so much hate from people from the name.
Wow.
He quit making videos.
Yeah.
And that was like an 18-year-old kid that people were abusing.
I think he was less age than that, wasn't he? He's like 17 or 16 when he first started.
Yeah. 17? No, actually, when he first started, I think he was maybe 14 or 15.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Wow.
But I thought he was for a kid that age, he definitely had his head going in the right direction.
He was up on Pops.
Yeah.
He knew everything there was to know about Pops.
But yeah, I totally forgot about that. Yeah. When I shut down my channel in the middle of 2017, I said, I can't deal. When they did that on my live show to me, I was like, these are people I thought were my friends, stabbed me in the back. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I shut down my channel, deleted all my videos. And until you reminded me, I totally forgot about it. He actually emailed me and asked if he could use the name. I didn't charge him for it. I didn't try and sell it. It's like, you want it? Go ahead, it's yours, because I had no intent of ever coming back. And then I think it was literally a month later, he's like, Chris, if you want the name back, I'll give it right back to you. It's like people are trashing me just for having the name. And I was like,
that was sad. That was sad. He was a good kid. He really was. He really was.
I wish I remembered his name. I'd give him a shout out.
I can't remember it either, but yeah, he was a good kid. I mean, a lot of y'all people didn't see or talk to him backstage like we did and everything. He was a good, wholesome kid. He was just collecting and being a kid.
Yeah, he was cosplaying as Carl because he looked almost like a spitting image of Carl when he was in the later stages of The Walking Dead.
Right.
He was like a spitting image of them. But this kid, he was definitely. I could see him becoming president one day. It wouldn't shock me. He was that smart. But yeah, those were the days I used to love doing it. But ever since then, the reputation I got is just destroyed. And there was a big YouTube channel, I'm not going to say their name, but made a lie about me that I tried to debunk. That's why every PGX video I do, I start out by saying I do not get paid. There was a big YouTuber that accused me of lying and getting paid, and people believed this person, and it destroyed my channel. But I was like, you know what? I can't change what other people think. I can only go with what I know. So if people want to believe that, even though I had Daniel Patterson, the owner of PGX, come on a live video and said, I do not get paid. I have no contract. I make no commissions. They still chose to believe the other person.
Right.
Wow.
You know, if anybody wants to pay me, you can go ahead and contact me, and I will tell everybody they're paying me. And by golly, we'll get this straight out right to the front. Yeah, they're paying me. And yeah, I'm going to tell you this is what you need to do. but I'm not going to probably get that lucky, so we ain't got to worry about that.
And to bring up actually what we talked about before we came on, people say I'm only in love with PGX. I tell the story several times, but I haven't done it in a while. When I contacted PGX, I also contacted CGC and CBCS all at the same time. And I sent them all emails. I don't remember the exact date, but I said, basically, is there a way that I could promote your product? And I don't want to get paid. I don't want to have on the payroll. I don't want anything. Sure. I just want a couple of comics that I can grade for free because I loved doing those videos, but I didn't have $400 or $500 that I could do every week to send in stuff. And I always, I try and stress on my channel, there are always ways to get the things you want. And it doesn't always have to be with money. Exactly. So I came up with an idea. PGX was the only one of the three that had responded. CGC and CBCS never responded to me at all. They didn't say no or, we'll try something else. They never even responded. So it wasn't like I had PGX only in mind. I contacted all three companies, and this was before EGS even existed. And PGX was not only the one that responded, but talked to me on the phone where I have a personal connection with the owner of the company. I think that is what people should want from a company. So it wasn't that I was this PGX lover. They were the only ones that actually responded to me. The others made me feel like, why would we want this person? He's beneath us. That's the attitude I got from them.
Right.
So that's the story behind why I'm working with PGX. And the reason I got into EGS is Tony contacted me. We talked years ago, and I gave my honest opinion. It's like, listen, when he first started his grading company, I said, listen, you're charging the same price as CGC. You can't do that because if you had a choice between Coke and RC Cola, and they're the same price, people are going to pick Coke because it's something they're familiar with. Yeah. If you stay, I understand why you need to charge that money, but you're not going to get the success. And unfortunately, I even told him about his cases, the ones that used to have the fold-up thing.
Yeah.
I was the one that told him at least put the stickers on the sides, so this way it makes it harder to open. But he remembered that conversation 5 years later and contacted me and said, I see what you do with PGX. Can you do that with mine? And he said, I can't do 4 comics a month. Can you do 2? I was like, you know what? That's 2 more books getting graded that I wouldn't have done before. So I have no problem with it. And I told him, listen, I got a small channel. It's not like it used to be. He's like, I know. It's like, I'm going to be, if I cannot be allowed to say what I truly mean, I can't do it. He's like, no, that's why I want you. Because you'll actually say things that it's not kissing ass.
Right.
And then that's why I work with them as well. If CGC came up to me, I could give them right now an idea that would make their cases basically bomb-proof. I have ideas that could fix the problem within 2 seconds. If CGC wanted to contact me right now, I'd give it to them for free of how to do it. And you know what? To prove that I'm not lying, I'll tell you what you should do. Any grading company right now should do to bomb-proof these. What you should do is, you see these little pegs that connect the two together? The first thing, before you do that, the first thing you do, and I'll show you one that's, give me a second. Okay. Here is a PGX book that's not in the case because it's too big for their cases. So they just graded it. Now, you notice how it's flat. So you can easily open a case and slide this out. Well, if you put on all 4 sides of this a raised and lowered edge, so it's like almost like putting a ruler of plastic along the edge and close it in over it, you can no longer pull it out. That's one. Then the little things here, you could put, you ever see like they do at traps where you could put something in and there's 2 levers that pop out, but as you press them in, they close in. But once they get to a certain point, they open up. You can do that with plastic. So the only way you could lift it up is by cracking those 2 pieces. Right. So they can no longer be whole.
The 2 grippers.
Right. So if you did that and you added a rim along the side that is the thickness of the case, they can no longer slide out. They would have to crack it open, and there would no longer be thieves that could actually have an easy way to steal your money. So there you go. I just gave them for free what they can do to fix their company, because I care more about integrity than making money, because I could have sold that idea to some company and made a shit ton of money. And I guarantee you no one else thought of that.
Excellent.
And let me ask you this, do you think that would make it harder for people to be able to do what they're doing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I always thought about the ribbon of some kind of material that went completely around the book. Then when you cracked it open, it was glued in there. It would tear that ribbon, and then that goes around the book, and it'd be sitting up like this.
The problem is you have to think cost. It wouldn't.
Yeah, they're gonna have to retool anyway. They're gonna have to when they make these new cases and everything. They're gonna have to, if they make them. I don't know if they come from China, but even if they do come from China, that company over there is going to have to completely retool everything to make these cases, which is going to cost more money. They just can't do that overnight. It's going to take a year or two.
Yeah. But from a business perspective, just adding extra plastic, and adding those two little plastic things will cost them. When you're talking bulk, probably cost them an extra 10 to 15 cents each.
And seal their labels in the Mylar, like what is it? The other company, CBG, or whatever.
Well, here's another thing. You notice this is what the inner thing of PGX is.
Yeah.
This is connected to the comic.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So you cannot just pull out the comic, because this is completely attached.
Exactly. If they did that, that would help also.
Right. But, people like to kill the messenger instead of hearing the message.
Right.
Yep, exactly.
They don't want to hear.
And to me, I've always been like, I don't care. You can learn more from your enemies than you can your best friends.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Because sometimes you can learn what not to do.
Yep. Exactly.
So
exactly, Chris.
It's just like the federal government. They really, when they print money, they really don't want to think that they have it all figured out. They will go back and they will, when people try to reprint money and everything, and they put the security labels in there. So the best thing for them is to catch criminals that are making exact duplicates of it and figure out how they're doing it. That way they can better the money. And that's been progressive over the years,
Well, we haven't had money since 1971.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I understand where you're going.
We have fiat currency.
We have paper with presidents' faces on them.
Right. We have debt notes. See, like I said, I do lots of research, and that's why I got silenced on my other channel, because I was talking about things they don't want you to know about and things that people should learn. Because as they say, the truth shall set you free.
Exactly, Chris, because I have a good buddy over in Great Britain, and his name is Chris as well.
That poor guy.
And his name is Chris Large. If you ever, I got him posted in the links down below. Chris, I suggest you just listen to him once. He walks in the woods, and he talks about some pretty heavy stuff.
I have been talking about fake news before somebody like Donald Trump even knew that word existed. And you could go back to my other YouTube channel. I've been talking about that since about 2011. About how the difference between Republicans and Democrats is, well, the similarity between the two, they both steal your money.
Yeah.
Hello, Man Cave. I just seen him in the mix down there in the bottom.
I think T-Man just passed out.
He probably went to go get something.
Probably.
I had an interruption real quick. I got to get rid of it.
I have that effect on people.
No, come on. Where is it? What am I looking for, buddy?
Nothing.
Oh, there's Man Cave.
There.
There he is, buddy. What is up? Another good dude in the community.
Huh?
No, talking about Man Cave. I got him posted in the link bottom.
And hello to everybody. And by the way, everybody, if you're not subscribed to his channel, please do, especially if you came here from my channel. Let's support people like this who,
Thank you.
I appreciate the fact you're allowing me to speak. And, you said you were excited about me being here.
Yeah.
I'm honored that somebody actually wanted to take the time and talk to somebody like me who, in the grand scheme of things, is not that important of a person. You know, I'm not that.
For me, you are. So you, dude, seriously. When I was in some pretty low times in my life during the time I was watching some of the comic book channels back then. And that was like, 8-9 years ago, and came across your stream, and you were just talking a mile a minute, talking about certain things that were happening, and you weren't talking about comic books right away.
No.
You were talking about them, but you're actually trying to get people to like look a little bit more into themselves and what's going on around the world and around themselves. And I really appreciate that, Chris, like big time. So it helped me. And you inspired me in many ways. Here's an example.
If people don't change their thought process, it doesn't matter what you try and change. You will always be the problem. Like if I moved from New York to Florida trying to run away from my problems in New York, they would just follow me here.
Yeah.
So that's why I always try to give advice to life, because if you can change your life, it will change the way you look at things like collecting comics. I always try and get people to think in a different way, think outside of the box. Like for example, when I was doing the CGC unboxings, it would cost $400 or $500 to get 25 books graded, and that was back in 2016.
Yep.
I didn't have that money to do all the time, but I love doing those videos. So I was like, how could I come up with a way where I can be able to grade comics all the time? And I didn't sit there and say, oh, I can't because I don't have money. I said, what way can I do it? And that's when I contacted PGX, CGC, and CBCS and said, can I do this? And I get 4 books a month from PGX for free. I have to pay for shipping. And I get 2 from EGS. So I got 6 books a month that I can get graded for free, which includes pressings, dry cleaning, signature verifications, and any other little whistles and bells that they add to it, without having to spend other than the cost to ship it there and the cost to ship it back. And even, I don't know if you guys remember, I made a deal with a comic book channel, I think maybe 2 years ago. I forget the name of it. It was some comic book place that I don't remember if he contacted me or I contacted him. But it was just a local comic book store. And I wanted a way to get more comics, because that was right when I was having financial situations. And I said, if I promote some of your books that you get out, the new books, could I get like a variant for free? I don't want money, so it doesn't cost you anything. You send me a book. And for about 2 years, I was getting all of these books for free by doing nothing more than just promoting what I love.
Sure.
So I tried to teach people there are ways to get the things that you love, but you got to change the way you think about things. And that's why I always quote with Star Wars, with Yoda, you got to unlearn what you've learned.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So if you only think about the finances and you don't change your mindset, somebody's going to quickly tell you, oh, that's crazy, or no one's ever done that before. I used to be, if somebody said no one's ever done it before, I said, well, I guess I'll be the first. I think that's why people. Exactly. And I try to get people to think money should not be the sole reason for what you get or what you make. It should be an added bonus. Like when I sell a comic, I'm selling it because I need to pay a bill. I need to help my wife. I need to help our situation, or I needed to buy a house when we moved to Florida from New York. I wanted to make sure that people didn't overspend on stuff. That's why, like, when I do my auctions and people can see it, I'm the only channel that when I'm doing a live auction, I make people verify on eBay the prices of the books that I am selling, so they are not set in that emotional roller coaster of bidding to overpay for something because they were emotionally involved.
I do that. I do that quite often. I overpay on certain things, but what's that?
On Chris's channel, there's a lot of people that will look up on eBay during his auctions, and they will chime in the chat what they're going for on eBay. I've watched that, and I've seen that. Very few people on other auctions. In fact, I don't think I've seen anything on other auctions.
I have
do that. Have you?
Yeah, and it's funny because one of the guys I know who's done that, who's actually chimed in on people's channels and said, that book's not worth that. You could get that way cheaper here, here, and here. The comic sellers have actually either blocked him or not allowed him to come on because they're literally gouging people.
Right.
And people are getting caught up in the emotional, thing of like, oh, I want this so bad and blah, 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 that they're literally overpaying sometimes 2, 3, 4, 5 times more than what the book's actually worth.
Right.
Yeah.
And you want to get a real enemy real quick, overcharge them, and they know that you did it on purpose and you didn't care. I used to have bidding wars on some of my auctions where I stopped it when it got to the level that would have gone past. And I could have just kept my mouth shut and watched the price go higher and higher. But I could make money, but not have to screw people over to make that extra $20 or $100. And that's why I tell people, that's why I love collecting low-grade comics, because I could still make money on them, but more people gets the opportunity to acquire a lower-grade comic than a higher-grade comic. And if I don't make $100 more, but I still made $100 profit, I made money. Yeah, so I'm happy. They're happy because they didn't overspend. And it's a mutual benefit. It's not the how much money can I squeeze out of the people who trust in every word I say on my videos, so I could profit off of their trust. I can't do that.
To his defense, I have seen that many a times. People go on eBay and say, "Well, this book's worth $100, and he's selling it for $80, and you know this is a good buy." And he will not block those out of his chat, and that happens all the time in his auctions. Because I've sat there. You know, I kind of lurk every once in a while, and you know, I don't want to chime in on.
You should. Nice to see you. It's been a minute.
Oh, I got plenty of stalkers. But
I mean, I lurk on there. I don't want to chime in if I'm not bidding on something or anything because it kind of gets in the way.
No, but say hello if you do, even if you're not.
I do, but you're busy with the auction and everything. So
I mean, I'll tell you guys, Roman is pretty good about that. There's times he talks about certain books, even books that even are going up for sale, like on My Comic Shop. Roman will actually talk about it and tell the community.
Oh, yeah, he will.
You can get these books right here. And he's selling those books, you know. It's like...
I've seen a couple of Roman's auctions that he's been on, and I'll say straight out, he's been straightforward with people. I've seen him do bundles of comics for a price that I'm like, he's almost giving them away.
Yeah, no kidding.
Point. And that takes a lot, because not only would I allow people to comment the prices on eBay on my chat, I wouldn't ignore them. I would read them out loud so people heard them. So not only did I just not block them from saying it, I would read it out loud. And if I was selling a comic for 80 and somebody said, well, on eBay, somebody sold one for 75, I now lower the price to 75.
Right. Well, the other thing you got to understand too is, like, I mean, something's only worth what you're willing to pay for. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, I mean, to somebody who's like looking for that one specific book to like knock out a run or to do this or something like that, they may pay 3, 4, 5 times if that's what they want to do. And that does happen. And I've been guilty of paying more than
me too. Me too.
But again, at the same time, you understand what you're getting into, right? I mean, as a buyer, you should do your own research independently and figure out what you want to spend and what you can afford and what makes sense. You know what I mean?
But I just feel for myself, and I'm only speaking for myself. What everybody else does, is right for them. I feel it's my obligation to not have somebody have to overspend when they don't have to. Like, I literally, when it gets to a certain price, I could let it keep going and make more money, but I decide this person wants this. It's now at a point where you could just go on eBay and buy it and spend more money. So I'm going to end it here and allow you to buy the thing that you really want and not have to go that extra $200 to get into it and get it. I will stop the auction at that point. Because to me, I don't sell a comic unless I could make money on it. And so I've already made money. So I don't need the extra $100, $200, and I don't live in a mansion. I don't have a trust fund. I could absolutely use the money, but to me, the reason why people keep buying from me over and over again is they know that I am not going to nickel and dime them, so I can make maximum profit.
Right.
So they're happy with what they got without having to have that emotional regret later on of, oh my God, I bought what I love, but I spent $500 more than I should have. Well, I don't ever want to put people in that position, but that's just me.
Roman and I have had some epic wars. I'll say that.
Yeah, we all
have too.
Yep. And the best opportunities I've ever gotten on eBay is when I stopped doing that. When I was not afraid to walk away from a deal. If it wasn't something I was willing to pay, I didn't care how much I loved it. When you take that emotion out of the equation, you'd be amazed at not only how many deals you'll get, but how many deals you could make.
Exactly. Big shout out to Rage, and thank you for being here, buddy.
And that's why one of the things on my channel is I try and teach people not only how to collect comics, but tell them, be responsible for knowing what you're doing, because there will be people that will take advantage of you. Now, some of them are not evil. Sure. There are people that, you know, who doesn't want to, like, if you're selling your car, if you're selling for $500 and somebody says, hey, I need that car, I'll give you $1,000 right now, you'd be a fool not to take it. Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with getting as much as you can. But there comes a certain point where is greed the top priority, or is it you want to make everybody happy so you get repeat business? It's like they say, you can sell ice cubes to an Eskimo.
Yep. And some of the community members out there that do auctions, and I've been on, I go on a lot of these community auctions because it's the way I can get books and also a lot of comic book stores. I don't have comic book stores close to me. I live in a very small town. I'm out in a rural area. No comic book stores. The closest one is 87 miles. So it kind of sucks for me. Yeah. 87 miles. And I don't go there anymore because the last time I was in that store, I spent a lot of money in that store every couple of months. I came out with a short box. So I bought a short box full of comics. And it was, I think it was like $150 for filling all you wanted in a short box. And you'd go through these bins, right? And they had like bins going on forever. Went through all of them. Put them in there. As soon as I brought it up to the counter, my wife is in there with me. She's buying a bunch of pops. She must have had $150 in pops. Go up to the counter. He's starting to go through my box. I go, what are you doing? He goes, oh, this one? No. Oh, no. I go, what? He started scanning them, looking them up. I go, those were in your short box back there.
So he had you do the work. Because he had you do the work for him.
Yeah, you know what I did, Chris? I said, honey, put your stuff down. She's like, what? I go, we will find them again. I promise. Yep. I looked at him and I go, this is the last time I'm going to do business here. That's ridiculous. I left everything on the counter and walked out.
Pennywise, dollar foolish. You can ask anybody that came to my flea market. When I had a price listed, that wasn't you have to pay that price or go walk away. There were people that would combine books and take $200-$300. They'd ask $200 or $300 off, and I would say yes every time, right? Because it just meant I made less profit. But you know what? In that flea market area, I made more money than all of the other places around me combined because I was willing to make deals. Because if you screw a customer, like you just said, you never go back.
No, and I won't.
So what good was that little nickel and diming of those comics to lose a customer who will not only never come back, but never recommend you to get other people to go there?
And you want to know what that is with me? And I'm Italian as well. You know what that is with me? I was a chef for 25 years. I do not believe in, thank you very much, Perry. I don't believe in, I know a lot of people like to play practical jokes, but one of my biggest things is not playing practical jokes with people's drinks or food. Yep. It's a big deal with me, you know, and I like cleanliness and stuff like that. And when I go to a restaurant and I take the wife out, it's like, I expect good service. I'm not an asshole, but I expect good service. If there's a hair, I found hair in fried rice one time. I almost wanted to vomit in my mouth. Okay. And I said, baby, we're done here. We're never coming back. And somebody said, oh, you're just too picky. I go, no, it's a cleanliness thing with me. It's like, you should not have to do that. Don't pay for something that is not right. That's not right. You know, your money talks.
You have to have standards. If you don't have standards, you will fall for everything. And people will
I just like, no way. So from Monty and all my buddies out there told me, you don't have to deal with that. Just walk out. And that's exactly what I've done.
Yeah. So it's like, Chris, I got a question. Did you throw in the fleas for free?
Oh, that was from all my cats I have. So yeah.
Well, no, I'm at the flea market.
No, you didn't say that. You said fleas. So I'll be more.
Well, flea market, flea market.
I had on my, and I'm sure he can attest to this. I had a contest of mystery bags. One of the prizes in there was a Ultimate Fallout 4 first print.
Wow.
And it was like $7 for one bag. And you could win a book that's now worth, what, $1,000 in a 9.8?
Sure. Chris, we had a question from Collector Inventory. He says, another question for Chris. Do you only purchase books on just eBay, or do you go to other platforms to purchase books like, yeah.
Yep, just eBay.
There we go.
I've always, because their buyer protection plan.
Yep. That's
when you're not taking advantage of it, they will help you. I've had people try and scam me multiple times. Always gotten my money back. And I was never one of those people that would say I didn't get a comic and try and screw somebody. There are people, you know, there's always somebody.
Oh, yeah.
But I find their protection, and PayPal as well, their protection made it to where I think this is the only place I should feel comfortable with buying from.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't buy anywhere else. And like you, I don't think there are any comic book stores around here that are even worth going to.
Yeah,
a lot of them closed down because of the.
I use a lot of different platforms myself. I go through a lot of different platforms because of where I live, and I know I pay a little extra for it, but it's like, hey, and it's like if the person takes good care of me on the shipping part, I'm willing to pay extra shipping because I want the books to come to me in better condition. And it's like, as a shout out, really quick, I got real quick because he was in the chat a little bit ago. Big shout out to Jay. JM313 on Whatnot. Thank you very much, buddy. I got the books. I'm going to show them in a little while. So big shout out to you. And anyway, so it's kind of like, a lot of different platforms, you know, and I'll find good deals. You just got to be patient, you know, it's got to be patient. And there's what's that word called? Yeah. I get that FOMO once in a while. It drives me nuts. On a favorite character I see it, I'm like, oh my God.
You'll never miss out if you're patient.
Yeah.
And if you do, you weren't meant to have it anyway. So why drive yourself crazy if you weren't going to get it? Mm-hmm. And the biggest buyer remorse is people that overspend on something. You know, you get caught in that high. Yep. And then once reality comes back and you realize you just paid $500 more than something's worth. Now what do? What if that price goes down even further?
Yeah, exactly.
But that's why I teach people, make sure you research, you know what you're doing, and get rid of that emotional part. You can always find another opportunity. And if you can't, then you weren't supposed to have it anyway. So why worry about what you never had in the first place?
Exactly right.
I've seen back in the old days when people were starting out doing the YouTube channels, and I'm sure the younger ones that are getting into YouTube now are going through this or have been through this. A lot of the collectors that get on YouTube buy comic books for their show.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can fall down that rat hole where you see a book and you say, "Oh, this is a damn good. This is a damn good book. It's a lot of money, but I'm going to buy it just so I can show it off." Yep. Then when you get there and you get on your YouTube channel and you show it off, then you go back a couple of days later. And you're like, really? I spent all that money and I only got like 10 views. Don't fall into that rabbit hole. You buy what you want to collect, but don't buy for your YouTube channel. That's a big mistake.
I got a couple of short boxes like that.
and that's why most channels will, when they show a comic, will never tell you what they paid for them in complete, if at all. I always say there's two reasons. One is they don't want their wives or girlfriends to know how much money they're spending on comic books, which means you're not being honest with the person that you say you love. And two is because they don't want people to know that they're overspending just so they can have content.
Right.
Yeah.
Because every comic, and you can look at every single video I have, I not only mention the price I pay, if there's tax, if there's shipping, if there's any cost, you got to factor that in. Yep. If you bought a book for $100 and it was $25 for shipping and taxes, you didn't spend $100 on the book, you spent $125. So most people will say, well, I want it for $100, but you didn't pay $100. So again, it comes down to being honest. And the same thing with the spouses. If you're afraid to tell somebody that you say you put your trust in enough to put a ring on your finger, and you're afraid to be honest with them, you don't have a quality relationship. My wife not only will watch my videos, she's a moderator. People don't know. One of my many moderators is my wife. Cool. She knows what I spend, but she also knows that my comics is the reason why we're in Florida.
Yep.
So she knows if I die tomorrow, she will never have to work again.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's all about, and it comes back to the things I teach, is changing your thought process. If you have to hide things, that says something about you as a person. Be open. See, people are so afraid of criticism. That's the one thing you'll notice about me. I am not afraid to say something that may have 99% of the people watching up in an uproar over. Because if it's true to me, and I think it might help somebody become a better human being from it, then I care about the one person that it made their life better than the 99 million who would say that's ridiculous. And that's why when you said that my videos helped you, that's what matters to me. That something I said as a regular person that doesn't consider themselves an influencer, I hate that word, and I just talk about comics with about I'll show a comic for 5 minutes and do a 95-minute rant.
Yeah. That's it. That's you, buddy. I love it, though. I listen.
And those are the people I care about. The fact that I can do that and actually inspire you in any way or form to do something that makes your life better, that matters to me more than any dollar amount I could sell a book for. So thank you for that, because one of the things I learned in life is I used to really hate it not hate it, but I felt very uncomfortable when somebody gave me something.
Yeah.
I didn't
I'm the
like
same way. I'm the same way.
But this is what somebody turned around and said to me that made perfect sense. Never deny somebody else the ability to do good.
Right.
So when somebody is being kind to you,
be
grateful, because you're allowing them to feel the joy.
Yes.
Like, for example, do you have kids?
Yes.
Okay.
You too. Yep.
How wonderful is it at Christmas time when you give them a present and they open it up and it makes them ecstatically full of joy?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my granddaughter comes over, my wife, and they're expensive little toys. We buy these little boxes and treats of all these bagged toys and put them in a little basket. And every time my granddaughter comes over, she's like, gee, my grandpa, can I open this? And yes. And just watching her.
So you get joy out of giving joy to someone else.
Yes.
Now, just imagine if that child said, oh, Grandpa, I don't want that. How would you feel?
Yeah. Insulted.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what changed my perspective, is instead of thinking from my own perspective, I thought from somebody else's. When somebody is being kind to you, never deny them the chance to make themselves feel good that they did something good for someone else.
Absolutely.
And that's why I will never turn down ever again in my life somebody's kindness.
Exactly.
Because I am then denying them from being happy.
And on that same subject, there's a lot of wonderful people out there in the community that, you know, with AOKs and Steve and a bunch of people out there. Wow. Yeah, you have no idea.
But honestly,
a lot of people like that. Unbelievable.
What do we all focus on in life? We can have 900 people compliment us. Yeah. If one person berates us, who do we focus on? We focus on that one.
Yeah.
we all have that, because we are all human. We all have feelings. Yep. And when somebody does something that can cut inside you, we bleed.
Yeah.
And people will focus on that. So what I try and teach people is we need to not worry about the quality or the quantity. We focus on the quantity.
Yep.
And that's why when I used to have thousands of people watching my channel, but now know a lot of them did it for the drama and for trying to use me.
Yeah.
I am happier now with maybe 30 or 40 people watching who actually like what I have to say and don't have to agree with it. If it helps them, if 1% of what I say helps them, that to me is a beautiful thing. I just helped inspire somebody that I may never meet in my lifetime.
Well, you live in Florida now, right?
Oh God, yes.
See, another person I got to meet, Jeff.
Yeah, well, me and Steve met him.
I know, you guys told me.
Yeah.
Well, tell people, how was I when you met me? Be honest.
He was as you see him now. That's how he was when we met him. So that's Chris for you. So
wow, a normal guy. Who would have thought?
Yeah, who would have thought?
That's why I married the woman of my dreams. I waited until I was 40 years old because my theory in life was I wanted anybody I ever dated to know who I was, and I didn't put up a front. I didn't put up an image. I didn't pretend to be something. I was like, this is me. You either like me or you don't. If you don't, you're now keeping me from wasting my time.
Yep.
So I always was, I am the genuine article. What I say I am, when people see me in person, that is exactly who I am. Exactly. It's the people on the internet that made these conclusions about me. And I guarantee you, I'll make a challenge to my biggest hater out there, whoever they are. Meet me in person. Let's go shoot some pool. And I guarantee you, before the end of the night, we'll be friends.
Hey, I want to just go shoot some pool now, man. What the hell?
Me too. That's exactly how I feel about my wife, buddy. She's awesome.
Next time you come back down, Robert, we'll meet Chris. Next time you come back down in October.
Awesome.
Next time.
And I met a couple of people from YouTube that came down to my flea market, and I hope they all said the same thing, that I was as genuine and I was the same person that I was on YouTube, because I hate people that pretend to be over the top, over dramatic, and be something that they are not, because then you are being a salesperson. I used to do sales, but I was one of the best salespeople, because when I was selling my product, if I didn't believe in it, I wouldn't sell it to you.
Yep.
Right.
So it wasn't. My whole life has been that way. See, this will teach you to have me on your show. I'm going to rant for nonstop. You were saying how long can I stay? You're like, when's he getting off?
I'm loving it. Hold on. Okay, gentlemen, we're 2 hours in. We haven't showed any books yet.
Not all.
Last two questions before we go on to other rants and talks, conversations. Let me get these two questions out, and we'll go from there.
He answered one. He answered one already.
One question per hour.
Okay, here we go, Chris. So my two special questions I ask every guest that comes on the show for the very first time are these. I'm going to post them up there for you. Do you have any inspirational thoughts or ideas for the community as a whole? You kind of nailed it with that. So boom.
Well, okay. And what I would say to the community is be a real community, which means you stand by people, whether you agree with them or not. You stay true to not only yourself, but those who put their trust in you. So it should not be solely about the money. If you are willing to hurt others for your own financial gain, that is not a community. So if you want a true community other than the word of people saying it, then we all have to work together and accept each other's differences and know that it is special to be different, either looking or thought-wise, investment-wise, or anything. And if you can accept somebody as a human being instead of these little segments of the division we see in the world, maybe we would have a real community.
Look at that. Nailed that. I mean, that was excellent. That was excellent.
And I was not given that question ahead of time.
So. No, he wasn't. Okay, so the next one is going to be kind of the same kind of genre, but don't think corporate, please. What does thinking outside the box mean to you?
You answered that one already.
But I'll do a short version. Thinking outside of the box means you are never afraid to go outside of your comfort zone and learn something new. Just because the world says the world at one point was flat did not make it true, because the majority of the people said so. Thinking outside of the box means you are not afraid to question anything that feels like it does not resonate with you. There is a reason why we are beings of light and electricity. Trust your feeling, like Yoda once said. It's all about with the Force.
Intuition.
It's your heart does more thinking than your mind ever will. When you stop listening here and you start trusting the feeling here, you will know what is right and what is wrong, even if it means going against what everybody else does. Because if you look throughout history, the masses don't change the world. It is one person that does something out of the ordinary that changes the world to bring it to a better place. So if you want to be outside of the box, it means you'll be alone. You'll have many people hate you. You'll have many people disagree with you, but that doesn't mean you're wrong. Believe in yourself, trust your ideas, and have empathy, love, and honor, and you will always be right.
Oh my God, that was fantastic.
And I just make comics. I just make comic book videos.
So true. Love it, Chris. See, from the heart, you got it. You get it. Okay, boom.
That's where it should come from.
Absolutely.
Get rid of here. This is the devil here.
You know what? That's the devil right there. Because there's times when you start thinking too much about, oh, I should have did this, should have done that, should have did this, and you're like, why is this person saying this? And you start going through all these emotional, the feeling part in your brain. You have to stop and sit back and just take a break.
Whether somebody believes in religion or not is irrelevant. If you think of even the story of the devil, do you think the devil is going to try and trick you by telling you what you don't want to hear and being rude and nasty? Or do you think he's going to pretend to be your best friend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be very careful where you get your information from and never be afraid to question it, because at the very least, they could be mistaken.
Right.
So,
exactly. Cool. Okay. There. That stresses off the chest.
That'll
I gotta get going.
It wasn't stressful at all because you got it. You nailed it. You were nailing it anyway from the very beginning. So I love it. Awesome guts, you guys. What were we going to say, Jeff?
I said I got to go. I got to work tonight.
Do you have any books you want to show? Anything
not really.
On the comic book channel, how dare you not show a book?
Anything you want to say to Chris before we leave?
This.
Go bring it up closer. Can't see it.
Yeah, this book.
Oh, how is it?
Ultimate Spider.
I actually read it. I actually enjoyed it.
The art is nice. Story?
Yeah, it's actually good. It's actually good. Story's actually good. Where so it's actually so
they're going crazy over those books, overpriced them.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. I got them off the stand because of Tim. So
very cool. Big shout out to Tim.
He said he liked this.
He's got a shop down there called We Love Comics.
Yeah.
Make sure you go check him out too. Awesome dude. He's also got a YouTube channel.
It's in Tampa, Chris. It's in Tampa.
Yeah.
So if you want to come down and check him out, I think you guys get along real well, though.
Yeah, you would. Tim's got a shop down there called We Love Comics. So
does he?
Yeah.
Oh, how funny is that?
Yeah, good dude. You'd like him. Good dude. All
right next to the stadium, Raymond James Stadium. So.
I'm not really familiar with that area, but hey, that's what GPSs were created for.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeff, anything you got coming up or anything you're doing?
Next week, I'll try to be on, but I'm gonna be at MegaCon with all the guys. So
absolutely,
I'll see if any of you guys are gonna be down there.
A lot of videos.
Of course, if any of you guys are gonna be there, we'll be there all 4 days. So come, say hi, come say what's up. We'll be there.
Try to get some video while you're there, buddy. Try to snap in some video, kind of like our news responder on the field.
I got you.
And Jeff, the check will be in the mail for saying those nice things about seeing me at the.
I got you. See you guys later.
See you, buddy.
Gotta get ready for it. See ya.
Thank you.
Bye, Jeff.
Peace.
Bye.
Buddy.
See ya.
See ya, bud.
The old checks from the mail trick, huh? All right.
Yeah.
Money well spent.
Yeah. All right. So the honey is like, Roman, do you have any questions for Chris while we're here talking to him?
Or anybody else for that matter. It doesn't have to be just me.
Well, I was going to say, what are your particular favorite heroes and villains? In no particular order.
Villain-wise, I would have to say Venom is one of my big-time villains. But I would have to say one of the reasons Electro was another one of the major villains that I used to love. I just loved the electric star thing on his head. I thought it was the most ridiculous thing, but it was definitely cool. But to me, it was, as heroes, there's none better than Amazing Spider-Man because of with great power comes great responsibility. I think that taught people, like Superman is just the person from another planet who just happened to get powers from a sun that he wasn't born under. So he was given powers based on a sun. Spider-Man didn't want his powers. He didn't know how to use them. And because he chose to do the wrong thing at first, it cost the death of his Uncle Ben.
Right.
To me, that's karma in a nutshell. And the fact that he was a teenager, which, by the way, you think about it, grown men were trying to kill a teenager.
Yeah.
Right.
If you think about it. But he always wanted to do the right thing, even though that meant he wasn't going to have Tony Stark's money and he wasn't going to have the stature of a Thor. He was just doing for the little guy that the others felt, well, these are fleas. I don't need to deal with them. So to me, there's none better than Spider-Man and Peter Parker.
Cool.
Roman, you got any questions, buddy?
Oh no, didn't nobody tell me I was on mute. No, I don't have no questions.
Oh, what? I would have told you you're on mute
the whole time. He was on mute.
I was saying I didn't have no questions. And I said he already spoke on everything, so I was on mute the whole time I was talking. No, I'm in a different mode right now.
That's all right, buddy.
You're in
a different
football
mode.
This is a different mode for the Detroit City right now, so I'm in a different mode.
With those Lions.
Well,
people are
Chris?
texting me and stuff, and we getting ready for tomorrow. We're in a different mode.
Yep.
Right now.
Yeah.
Of course. Get it.
Well, Chris, I was going to ask you, what do you have anything new coming up on your channel or anything
I got one question.
Oh, boy. Okay, hold on.
All right, go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yep. I'm ready.
You can go for the panel. How does everybody catalog their books?
Ooh.
CLZ.
CLZ.
Watch this old. He got a pencil and paper. He about to pull out.
Pencil and paper.
You just open a can of worms.
He's about to pull out like 6 ledgers.
Look at it. Look at it. This is cool, though. I like the way Monty does this, too.
Oh, wow.
And that to him is probably handwritten.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. I put a slash if I got 1, an X if I got 2, a X with a circle if I got 3. If I got more than 3, I'll find them in another book.
You ran out of symbols.
What happens when you have 16? That's what I want to know. Because you probably do have 16 copies.
There you go, Roman.
People like, dude.
I'm sorry. I should have said for the pen. I just said for Chris. Is that an Overstreet from like 1983 or something?
No, this is a comic book checklist from 2008. So there's a lot of these that aren't in here, but I'm working on
That's about the limit for you. You don't even need 2008. You just need like 98.
Right.
But I'm Excel spreadsheet right now. So.
All right.
I use CLZ as the personal one that I can when I have it with me, and then in every one of my short boxes there's a list of what's exactly in there, so the my honey knows what's in there in case I ever kick over.
In case you don't kick over, okay.
Yeah.
Back to, that's like me with the Mylars. I'm not buying no Mylars, but I'm paying somebody to put all my books on CLZ. I'm not too lazy to do that.
I'll be right back.
I'm too lazy to do that.
Hey, why cut your own?
That's like work. Who wants to sit there and catalog books? You pay somebody to do that. If you can afford Mylars, you can afford to pay somebody to do that.
They're mine. I'll do.
That's smart investment of your money right there. Getting somebody else to do it for you. That's a smart way to do it.
Hey, they're adults that work down to LCS. They can come right down here and do my books. 3 blocks down and do my books.
Nice.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Nice,
Chris,
Dan.
how do you catalog yours, Chris?
Oh God, there is no method to my madness. As you can see, I'll just put stuff where I think I want. I'll switch them from time to time. It's the ones I want to look at as far as my comics. Like the ones that have the value, I'll set up some. The rest I just put in boxes, and somehow I find them.
Right.
But I never wanted it to be. When I first started collecting comics, I used to have a book, and I would write them down in the value. And then after I did it for the 1,000th time, it's like, I don't want to do this anymore. This seems too much like work. So now if it's important to me, I'll put it in the front of a box. If it's not important to me, it goes in the back of a box.
Yeah.
But I have so many boxes. If I tried to organize them all, because then every time you get a new book, you have to reorganize the whole darn thing.
That's why I have 2 short boxes under my table. Those are for new books. Those are not cataloged. And it means if I see them sitting there, it means I've got to go through them and I have to, if I haven't read them, I put them in the reading pile. That's another short box. So then once I go back, then I take them out and go put them right where they belong.
The short box for the read, the stuff you got to read is just ridiculous.
It's insane.
Like I said, we all have some kind of OCD. You just made my point right there. But no, I honestly, it's like there's no method to my madness, and yet I still find everything I need. It's just it's the weirdest thing. But I did. The older you get, the more you don't want to work. like what Roman said, if you could pay somebody to do the work for you, why shovel your own driveway if you can pay somebody else to do it?
Roman.
I still find stuff that I forgot I had or didn't know I had. When I'm moving everything from the house out here, I'm always finding stuff saying, "Oh, I didn't know I had that."
Yep. So I'm going to show some stuff really quick, and then we'll go from the list on. All right. So first, the Queen yesterday, her and I were shopping. We haven't been shopping for a while, and yeah, talk about every time we go shopping. I don't know, but this was pretty cool. So she came across this. This goes in the collection. This was awesome.
Cool.
Oh, that's a cool one.
So she found this, and it's like, "Oh, you like that?" I go, "Yeah, that's a good one." But my Queen's collection is getting huge, and here's another one she got for me. High Evolutionary.
Nice.
Like this character. So that was cool. And it's an exclusive, which is neat. And then she also got the Goblin Queen, another exclusive, which is cool.
Oh, yeah.
Redhead, of course. Very cool. And then she also found this, which was awesome. So all you, come on, focus camera. Really? Stranger Things. If anybody watched that series, which was awesome, she found this.
Oh, nice.
With the house, which was pretty neat.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, really, really neat little piece. So that's in the Queen's collection, and it's got all of the stuff in the back. Very, very neat.
Where do you put all that stuff?
My living room right now. My living room, I have my TV, my game system, a chair, another chair. The walls around the entire living room are literally full of my wife's pops. Unfortunately, me and Deuce, I blame Deuce, I blame you, started a little monster a few years back.
Oh, yeah.
And ever since then, she's like all head bound into it. But she's very unique. She's very selective about her pops. She just doesn't buy everything. There's certain things, certain categories, certain movies she liked. It's pretty unique collection. And I tell you, oh my God, you're talking about organization. It looks like a mess on the walls, and it's not. But if you move one, I've done an experiment. I've moved a couple, and just to see if she noticed. She come back and she'd sit there and she's looking at all of her pops.
Oh, she'll murder you.
Are you having fun? And she's smiling. She goes, wait a minute. I go, what? She goes, where are my two pops? Oh, over there. They should be in the corner. She knows.
That's a good way to get murdered in your sleep, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, so another little quick call. And again, big shout out to Jay. I appreciate it. He gave me some good deals on these, but this one's for the Queen. It's actually a Wolverine. It's a new variant. It was a variant came out July last year of 2023. It's an in-unk Lee cover. My wife is also a huge Deadpool fan. She loves Deadpool. Anything Deadpool, boom, doesn't matter. But this cover was pretty hot.
Oh, that's a cool one.
Oh, yeah, nice.
That was a very, very nice cover. So yeah, she was very happy about that.
Who did the art on
that? Some of the randoms that were in this set. This is a Harley Finn, and it's a cosplay cover, but it's actually art. It's not it's 247 out of 250. It's Freckles Comics exclusive by the Golden Apple out of New York. Counterpoint Entertainment. Very sexy little cover.
That's a cool one.
Yeah, very, very nice.
It's got the Princess Leia Star Wars.
Yeah, Princess Leia with a little bit of Harlequin in it, which is kind of cool. Love it. Then we have another. This is Tyler Kirkman. and a Street Fighter fan as a kid. Loved Street Fighter, some of the Street Fighter stuff. And here is Chung Lee with his signature on the top. I don't get signatures, but if they're there, they're there. It's written on here. It's got these don't mean anything to me, but it's Tyler Kirkman, and look at that. Really nice. Very cool cover.
That's cool.
Then we got some What If. I'm still collecting my What If runs. Number 13, Juggernaut on the cover.
Nice.
Another What If, X-Men number 23.
Yep, that's all volume 2.
Yep. Then a DNA cover with this is the Marauders, issue 13 by Jonathan Hickman, chapter 5. This was issue 13.
Oh, that's a beautiful cover.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it focused. Sorry. Nice storm cover.
That's beautiful.
Another X-Men Unknown Comics, issue 24, came on 2023 by Frank Martin and Joshua Caras. I love the void background, but nice piece with Wolverine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's
very, very nice. And then one, I actually read this. I actually enjoyed this. This was the trade. I have the set. I'm just missing one book, but I got to read it. Spawn Godslayers. This was fun. Very good. This was really good. And I actually got one from Todd McFarlane. Came out in 2007. There's one. Here's two. Come on, stupid camera.
There it goes.
Godslayer number 3. Trying to get that light up.
Like that.
Yeah, I like that one too. Cool.
The beautiful art in here, you guys. The story was really good. I was shocked. I was blown away. Issue 4. Love the art on these.
Yeah.
Number 5. Yeah, I'm missing 6. I haven't got 6 yet. Look at this cover. That looks familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like Conan.
Yeah. Very cool. Look at that guy's face, though. Creepy. And then Godslayer number 7.
He looks like that guy in the Ghostbusters movie.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, I was just going to say. The guy in the painting.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Anyway, yeah, that's my haul. So a big shout out to you, Jay. Thank you very much. That was my haul pretty much from last week and the week before, I think. So I just put them all in Mylars.
So how many people you have watching the video right now?
Right now, it says 16.
Oh, there you go.
Shows 16, but we were at a constant 20, 23 for a while there.
I saw 22, 23 there for a while.
Yep.
Nice.
So big shout out to you guys watching on all the different streams, everybody's channel. I appreciate that big time. You guys got any books you want to show? Anything else you want to talk about, Chris?
Yeah. G-Man, I'm going to probably make you mad, but I definitely have books you want to see.
Oh, God. No.
Then you have to do it then if it makes you mad.
Probably not going to be happy with me at all once he sees the last bill.
Oh, no. I know it's something I know it's going to be something.
You can get two people made at the same time. Show them take them out of the sleeves without gloves on.
Right? Well, with some of this stuff, I mean, I'm going to start with some of my own little pet stuff that I love. Little Howard the Duck number 12.
There we go.
He went quackers.
I want to keep my comic book fans happy. Got to show some books.
Howard the Duck number 13, first appearance of Kiss in comic books.
Okay. That was
here. We got a little Kiss.
Are you serious?
I think so. Yeah, pretty sure.
In Howard the Duck? I did not know that.
Yep.
Interesting.
Sure that's it. Here's some 30 Days a Night Bill Sienkiewicz cover, signed by Stephen Niles.
Very nice, Betty. Not signed, but
this is the 30 Days a Night number 2, Beyond Barrow, signed by Stephen Niles.
Nice.
And the last one in this series, Beyond Barrow, number 3, signed by Stephen Niles.
Beautiful, buddy. Nice.
This just came out last week, but you know me and John Constantine, I had to get this book.
Nice.
This book I just happened to get because it came out, and I had to get it because this is featuring Geiger.
Yes.
And the red coat, and it's also got Junkyard Joe in it. This just came out.
Really quick. Isn't that exciting? That's awesome because we were big fans of Geiger and even Junkyard Joe. And now all of a sudden it's becoming popular.
Now, what's funny is this is going to divide out to like 4 or 5 other titles.
Yeah.
This is just a one shot right now, but the other ones are coming out. They have revamped this series, believe it or not. This is actually coming out. These are new comics.
Okay, now I hate you.
Yeah, you're not done hating me. That's just one copy.
Did you get number 1? Because I don't have the issue number 1 out of that set.
No, these are both number 5s.
Damn.
That's a cool cover.
This is a funky one shot I found. The Colonized. It's zombies versus aliens.
Show the top. What? Who made that?
This is from who made this? I can't see it. Sorry, I got bad
what
lighting.
company made it? What company put it out?
I'm trying to find it. It's actually, I'll have to get back to you on that. It's in really small print.
That's all right. Keep going.
This is where you're about to get mad. You ready?
Fix your camera. There you go.
All right. Fall of Cthulhu number 0.
I have that, by the way.
Signed. These are all signed by Michael Allen.
But you haven't signed. No, okay. No, that sucks.
And here's number 1 signed.
Very nice, buddy.
Fall of Cthulhu. Number 2 signed.
Wow.
Number 3 signed.
Where'd you find these?
At a con.
Are you serious, dude?
I got the whole lot signed. Number 4 signed.
Oh, I like that cover. Nice.
Number 5 signed.
Look at that.
Number 6.
Big shout out to my HP Lovecraft. Love it.
Also signed. Every single one of these is signed. That's number 6. This is number 7.
I like that.
So you're about to like this one even more.
Oh, nice. I don't have that one. Do not have that one. That one's cool.
That's number 8. This is number 9.
Wow. Love the covers.
Yep. Number 10.
They all signed?
Every single one of them. Number 11.
Damn. What company? Was that Boom?
These are all Boom, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Number 12. Also signed.
Oh, nice.
13.
Wow.
All 14 of them signed.
You're kidding me.
Nope. Every single one of them.
Damn. Nice. That's cool, dude.
Did he give you a good price on the signage?
What's funny is I got these as a lot from somebody who they were already signed.
Oh, okay.
So I got
the entire straw. Oh my goodness, that's cool, dude.
15-book lot, and all the signatures are identical. I mean, close. They're all really close, but it's all signed by Michael Allen Nelson.
Michael Allen Nelson. Okay.
Yep. Every single one of them, and like I said, I got them all in a bundle. And it was a steal of a deal. I was like, okay, sold, done.
Yeah.
You gonna get those graded or leave them raw?
I'm probably just gonna leave them raw, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because I don't generally send stuff off to get graded. It's pretty unusual. Most of the graded stuff I have, every single graded book I have, has either been gifted to me or traded for, or I bought it.
Well,
at least you don't have to wait 6 to 9 months for a book that way.
Yeah, and that's my thing too. Is I'm afraid if I send it off, I'm going to forget what the hell I even sent off, and I'm going to be like, oh God, what And then it'll show up on my doorstep one day, and I'm like, wait, what did I send again?
It's like getting Alzheimer's.
Well, I mean, it's not even so much that with me. I have so much stuff. I just have so much stuff.
Do you really, Gray Man? I would love to go to that.
Well, that'd be awesome.
Take pictures of that. I would love to see that.
Oh, nice.
I'm a huge Lovecraft fan, so that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Monty, Roman, you got books you want to show? Chris, do you have books or anything you want to talk about in general on the books?
I could do a quick unboxing.
Sure, you can do that if you like.
If the people that watch my channel know that I have literally hundreds of boxes of things that I've gotten for years that I never unboxed.
Sure.
And this came to me. It was mailed July 16th of 2020. So
oh my goodness!
Wow.
And you still haven't opened it. Is that a Tom's mystery box?
God no. No, this was something I bought on eBay. I'm assuming you meant a large channel, Tom.
Tom 101, yeah.
God no.
It looks like that on the cover.
Well, if it was from him, I wouldn't have been aware of it. Because I buy all my stuff on eBay, but that would be ironic. Let's see. But yeah, I don't know what, unless it's like a mega key comic, I'll always say like, well, I want to make sure if I can't make any content from getting books, I'll always have these, and then years will go by and I just don't open them. Don't ask me why. I guess it's like that high of the purchase is all you need.
That sounds about like me. There stuff I hadn't opened.
Yeah, see, we have a lot in common. All right, so. Oh wow, this looks a lot nicer than even.
I just seen what that was. That's cool. I like that comic. That's awesome.
First print, and I paid $55 altogether.
Okay.
And I remember when I saw this book when it first came out, I remember instantly this book was $20.
Yep.
And I was like, I'm not paying $20 for it.
Yep.
But yeah, this is in good condition. And in the Mylar, ironically enough.
I see that.
So, there you go. Love the movie. The first one, anyway.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
The second one and all the others should not have ever been made.
Roman, are you still there, buddy?
Hey, G-Man?
Yeah.
The Colonized Zombies versus Aliens, actually, Image book.
It's Image?
Yeah, it just came out. It's like a square bound.
Did you read it?
No, I just opened it to see who made it. I just got it today.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a very fast reader.
No, I haven't read it, but I definitely will read it.
Read it yet? I want to check that out. It looks interesting. I've seen some of the previews for it. Monty,
I want to see him. I want to see him hold a book without gloves on. I want to make internet history right here.
Okay, these are some books that these are doubles or triples or whatever, but I had to rescue them because now I'm in the phase of my life where I rescue books because I'm afraid that they will not be taken care of.
Yep.
So, but this book I got about 2 weeks ago, and it wasn't a rescue book. I wanted this book. Journey into Mystery number 74.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Bring it a little closer, Monty.
Let me guess, 11.0 grade.
Right.
No.
Nice, buddy.
It's hard to.
Yeah, there you go. Got it.
Monty's got books,
what issue number?
Number 74.
Okay.
And these are some books that I found that these are the ones I rescued because I couldn't leave them there because I was afraid this bookstore would mistreat them. So, Journey in the Mystery number 92.
Were they abusing the poor comics?
Yeah, they were keeping them in the back in the dark, and I just felt real bad. You know.
Were they chained to a wall?
No, but this one told me he got, was being abused. So.
Okay.
And not in a good way.
Journey into Mystery number 94.
Oh.
Was he fed nothing? Was that one fed nothing but peanut butter with a peanut allergy? Just curious.
Don't know, but could have been. Journey into Mystery 105.
Man. Nice, buddy.
Jeez.
I'm gonna get away from the
gorgeous books, man.
Do you have like a time machine?
Journey into Mystery 107.
No kidding.
H.G. Wells got nothing on Monty, bro.
Those colors pop on those books.
I know.
Journey into Mystery 108.
I think that's the one that was threatened by sunlight, so you had to rescue it, right?
Yeah, it was. It was kept in the dark, and it was verbally abused.
Don't feed it after midnight.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happens to pops.
Yeah, they do multiply like that. You're not kidding.
And this book, every time I find it, if it's in a well enough shape, and well, who am I kidding? Every time I find it, I buy it.
Tell me
I buy
it, buddy.
I have multiple copies of 109.
Oh, jeez.
I love this cover. I just love this cover.
Oh yeah,
hard not to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
It's okay.
So basically, you rescued all of the.
Yeah, Uncle Roman's saying, "Yeah, it's okay. It's okay."
Yeah.
You rescued those comics, and they will never feel the touch of a human finger ever again.
That's right.
Right.
They will never be hugged.
Number 117.
Nice collector.
Number 118.
I feel like Sarah McLaughlin's "I Will Remember You" should be playing in the background.
Right. Seriously. And
somebody
needs to put up the cute puppy in the corner, like so everybody can.
Book just saved the life of a poor comic book.
Number 121.
But just as the price of a cup of coffee. Yeah.
Nice, Monty. Very, very nice, buddy.
You're killing
Did
it,
you
bro.
get these from that one guy, or is this a different place?
What's that?
Did you get this from that one guy, or are these a different place?
These are a different place right here.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah, this was a secondhand bookstore.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Jeez.
122.
Oh man. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Monty's got the goodies, bro.
Yep.
Except for this first one, it didn't come from a bookstore. This was come in a collection that I knew that had this, and I went and negotiated the price on that.
There you go.
So look at Mylar in the background. He's saying, "Cute puppy again." That's what we need. That's his body down there.
I'm getting real close. Probably like about 40, probably under 40, probably 35 books completing my Journey into Mystery run from 1 to all the way to 2015.
Dude.
Holy crap!
So I'm getting close on these.
Wow, nice.
Do you adopt?
Right?
We've asked him that before.
Books? Yes, I adopt books. Send them on my way, and we will show them off, and I'll show you how to take care of them.
Yeah, see?
So yeah, it's getting close. My Journey into Mystery and a lot of my older horror books, I'm getting close to. Tales to Astonish and Tales of Suspense are getting close, and yeah.
So what will you do once you collect all of the comic books that ever were created? Then what do you do?
Right.
When you have them all?
I do what I'm doing now. Just go out and save them. I get doubles and triples. There's no end to it. There's no end. I mean,
and just so everybody knows, he's got booby traps everywhere around his property. Trust me.
Right.
He's a Texan. He don't fuck around.
I'm sitting here looking at 6 cameras right now. This shows a complete circle in my barn.
Laser guided everything. So,
and he's probably got that shotgun like in Tombstone underneath the bedding table.
Hang on, let me click off these cameras. I don't want placements to be shown. Yep.
He's got pits with bungee sticks in them. I mean, like the whole thing. It's terrible.
I do know how to build those, by the way.
You must be near the border then.
Oh, we can talk off air about that.
Yeah. What was it?
But that's what I picked up a couple of weeks ago and everything. And
beautiful, Monty. Have you guys playing in my shop? My customers would appreciate and enjoy you guys.
Thank you. Hopefully we entertain at least mildly. Hopefully.
Is he in a comic shop? What's the name of his comic shop?
We Love Comics.
Oh, okay. Well, a comic shop. We Love Comics. Hello, all y'all customers. Hey, that guy in the back, man. I seen him put a comic down his pants. I see you over there. Yeah, he's got a comic down his pants. I see. Check him out before he leaves, man. I think he's swapping comic books.
So you want him to go and check inside somebody else's pants?
No.
That can turn south real quick. That's a bad advice there.
Y'all check out all the comics he's got on the wall too, man. There's some great comics.
I just need to check down your pants for a moment.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. What's that in your shorts?
Roman, do you have some books you want to show or talk about?
Is that a comic? Or are you just happy to see us?
Come on.
I put the gloves on and I'm looking around. I don't know what I put stuff up now as soon as I get it and I don't have it sitting out like I used to. I did buy a pop.
Okay.
My nice
Queen will love this.
Sure.
Who is that?
Oh, Kato.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's cool. That's cool, Pop. Absolutely.
So that's my ninth pop.
Your ninth pop. Uh-oh. You're going down that rabbit hole very slowly.
I don't even want to talk about it.
I got to find Green Hornet to go with him and start my Green Hornet stuff up. Green Hornet and Kato stuff up.
Said add the name on the back. Turn it around the backside again. What did you say? Sorry, but I missed it.
He meant you, not the actual.
You gotta have the set. You gotta get both of them now.
Yeah, so I gotta find. I got some other Green Hornet stuff. I'm about to start a Green Hornet. I always love Green Hornet Kato, so that's I don't know where this came from. This is one character in Marvel I really don't care for. Second appearance of Ghost Rider. I don't know.
Oh, get out, dude.
Just send that my way. Send that my way. I got plenty of number 6 brothers and sisters. He'll fit right in between them. No problem whatsoever.
I need that.
I never liked Ghost Rider. I just never liked Ghost Rider.
We'll talk after stage.
Send it to me, Roman. It's cool. Just send it
to me, Roman. It's all good.
Yeah, I bought it with something else. I bought it with this. My man was selling it kind of cheap, and I bought this. This was the book I was after. This book here.
Oh, there you go.
It's a
variant.
Yeah, so that's I got a big kick for the Pence, the UK variant, the Mark Jewelers, the National Diamonds right now, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm a big Elric fan, and I got Elric's first appearance in Marvel, but I found the National Diamonds.
Oh, there you go.
Diamonds.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Elric. With the National Diamonds at Elric. I had to go in here and check. Sometimes people give you,
Yep.
Yeah, they sure do. Sometimes if you don't check them, there'll be some of the ads cut out too. They're missing a page.
Look at that serious face.
These kind of books that White Glove used to get with the National Diamond and the lingerie.
Hell yeah, I ordered all my wife's lingerie out of comic
lingerie in there. I like that. That's kind of nice.
That's part of the National Diamond ad. So everybody laughed because they got the lingerie there. But that's before Mark Jewelers, it was National Diamond.
That's where all my wife's lingerie come from, out of comic books.
The lingerie is actually comic books. He just staples comic books around there.
I'm saving money. I haven't spent that much money this month.
Right.
Because I'm buying. I'm gonna go ahead and buy 9/8 Battle of the Planet.
Ooh.
That's another Pence I picked up.
Nice.
First Electra.
Nice.
Yep.
First Electra. I got the triple threat ready for my man to sign. Arvell Jones. Because I'm going to the. You were talking about signatures earlier. I love to pay for some reason. I love to pay Arvell Jones for a signature. He does a real sweet signature.
Okay,
he's like a hero here in the city from Detroit. Him and Keith Pollard,
sure,
will both be at this show. So this is one of my. I'm gonna have him sign this triple threat. That's the regular.
Dang it, Firebird.
That's the Mark Jeweler.
Ooh.
That's the Canadian variant.
Wow.
I got triple threats like that. Certain books that I like. I got triple threats. I got all 3. the Canadian, the regular, the Canadian, and the Mark Jeweler. So I've been really working on that kind of stuff. So you'll see, like this, how much I got the Canadian, the Mark Jeweler, and that regular. That's the how much the 109.
Nice.
Very nice.
Those. I picked that up. Oh, somebody paid $2,000 for this book in the 9.6.
You what? What?
What? Mark Jeweler. They paid $2,000 for a Mark Jeweler of this book in the 9.6.
Why?
Are you kidding me?
There's one born every minute.
I just bought this for $100 and something bucks. It's not a 9. It's not a 9.6. But
okay.
If somebody paid $2,000, it's got to be worth $500.
Yeah.
This got to be worth $500.
Wow.
That's that's the first like negative variant.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
very
the first
cool, Tim. Very cool.
And I was able to pick up one of the first.
Hello, baby.
That's a Mark Jeweler too.
Oh, I like that book. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I like
that. I know where that one came from.
You should sell it to that guy. You should sell it to that guy for $1,500. You'd be giving him a service.
I mean, yeah. First Outflight. I picked that up in the Mark Jeweler.
Oh,
I picked that up.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
I got that in the Mark Jewelers also.
Yeah, I've been getting into the Mark Jewelers.
The Mark Jeweler stuff separate from everything else now.
What I tell you what, Roman Curtis, for the audience and everything, how do you tell by the outside of the book that it's a Mark Jewelers?
Well, it's always going to be a newsstand.
Yes,
it's always going to be a newsstand at first. Some of them, I paid a grip for this. I got two of these. Some of them you will see a star stamp on them.
Yeah.
Listen,
that means it was sold on a base. It was sold on a base.
Roman, did it sell for $2,800?
Oh, jeez.
$2,800 that book sold for?
I think we got so many people in the community. Somebody did a video on it and said, "Hey, man, you might be rich." That's how the video started. And I'm like, "What is he talking about? He's talking about this book here." Somebody just paid. Look through your books. If you had this in a Mark Jeweler in a very high grade, you might be rich. And that's how the video started off. So somebody was just selling this the other day. Sans sold this the other day. It's a 6, maybe a 7, get cleaned up or whatever. It might be better than that. Who knows? But I'm happy just to have one. I just want to
collector inventory. That's awesome.
So
I'm just doing the Mark Jeweler thing myself. So
Roman, on that Marvel comic, how can you tell by the outside cover that it's a Mark Jewelers, or do you have to open it on the inside?
Oh no, well you have to open it up on the inside. The Marvels, everything's gonna be a newsstand though, but you have to. Sometimes some people are very good. I can't do it. They're able to do like this.
Yes, that's how I do it.
And look like this, and tell. They can see the little slip in there.
Yeah, you can't always see it though. That's the problem.
Here is an unusual cover. I got Jonah Hex 1 in a Mark Jeweler, 7 and 8, where he would cause the scar to Jonah Hex in a Mark Jeweler. But this was, I had to buy this one.
No, that's
me why.
Nice, buddy.
Don't ask me why. Oh, the Gray Ghost.
Gray Ghost.
Jonah Hex versus the Gray Ghost. Don't ask me why. With the Confederate thing, you see where I got it from. There you go.
Yeah, I know where you got that too.
Yeah, if he's selling one and I see it, I buy it automatically.
I mean, I don't blame you.
I think that's it. Like I said, triple threats. I just finished my triple. I bought books last night. Like this is triple threat. I got all 3, and that was the first appearance of Captain Britain. I'm a Captain Britain fan too. New suit against Cap. So Captain Britain versus Captain America. I got all 3, and basically got the story arc. And all of them.
Nice, buddy.
So here's the most Mark Jewelers of one book I got. They keep falling to me.
Wow.
This book too. They keep falling to me. There's another one in here.
Wow.
Oh,
really? Really? Are you serious?
All Mark Jewelers. So I'm doing real well with that book there.
No kidding.
Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Chris.
So that's about it. I think I just completed my Marvel premiere run last night. So
Nice. I gotta do something really quick. I used to do this every now and then on my channel. This is dedicated to Mr. White Gloves.
Oh God, here we go.
I have to do it because I used to do this to him. And just to show that I'm on board.
Just lick your fingers real quick.
Oh.
So it's got the Mark Jewelers, and it's X-Men number 142. I paid a total of $11 for that book.
Wow.
You need to get something really greasy on your hands before you do that next time, like some fried chicken nearby or something.
I can call my wife.
Eat a piece of fried chicken and then start handling your books. He will lose his ever-living mind.
He was calling me. I'm trying to watch the air fryer because chicken in the air fryer, and I had grease on my hands, so I had to put the gloves on.
Right.
And I had to put the gloves on.
Every now and then on my channel. I used to do that to him every now and then on my channel.
Yep.
And it's like that brought back some memories.
He went black.
He's hyperventilating into a paper bag right now. That's why he's on mute.
He's going to my channel right now. Unsubscribe, thumbs down.
Unsubscribe, yeah. Unsubscribe.
Curse you, comic demons! Curse you all!
Oh man!
I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah. He's still hyperventilating in that paper bag.
Let's all read a book, shall we?
All right.
That made my day right there.
It's always
Chris,
funny.
have you ever seen that video that Monty did? I actually have it. Hold on. Let me show you something. We'll do a little memory recap. Hold on. You want to see this? It's we'll do the short version. Watch. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom.
You have got what you call a comic book reader, and it's something that is designed for you to lay your comic book on so you can read it from front to back without doing any damage to the spine. Would you like to share that with the community? Because I know Robert's definitely looking forward to seeing that.
Please.
Well, as y'all know, I'm OCD about touching my books. A lot of people don't know that I'm OCD when I read my books because, it's like everything else. You got to be watching out for that spine stress. Spine stress on these old books will cause damage to these old books. So I got my little white gloves noggin of thinking outside the box.
Outside the box, that is.
Perfect.
And I built me a comic reader out here. This is how see it.
Nice.
And I lay my books in there, and I got my little page marker right here, and they're at a gentle angle here to where it won't cause no spine stress, and you can flip the pages. I use a corn dog sticks, which hadn't been used. And
my goodness.
Slide down these pages.
Wow.
That's awesome.
I'm OCD. That's when you're OCD, you're extreme. You gotta be extreme.
Extreme. So I got follow-up. How does someone in our comic community get their hands on one of these comic book readers?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, Bob.
There we go. Segue, give me the lowdown.
You can contact me at Splash Page Comics, and one of these nice luxury comic book readers can be at a low, super low price. Not $199.95, not $159.95. Not even at $129.95. These extra super duper original.
It's awesome.
Oh,
solid as a rock. You can even throw it out of the car going 2 miles an hour.
Too funny.
I even have the one. I swear to God, Chris, you guys. I even have the one that's like 5 minutes and 12. Where he's just into doing a different intro for it, and it's unreal. He's so violent. I love it, Monty. I keep that. I've kept those.
I just made it back to the bathroom to see myself, and I'm going, what is he showing now?
I love it. You made a comic altar.
Yeah.
Yes, I sold those for quite a while.
Yeah. I still want one, by the way.
I think I got 3 left. I think I ended up selling about 30 of them or 30.
The other one, he is really. You want to see it? Let's show it. Let's show it.
And a big shout out to my buddy, Mr. White Gloves Monty. Trip down memory lane back in 2020. Here's that little tidbit. Hope you enjoy.
So now you know how to find the G spot. Now I got another surprise for you. You ready? Here it comes, guys. Monty.
Hello, YouTubians. Do you find yourself, when you read your comics, worrying about spine stress? Do you find yourself, when you read comics, worried about page bends? Do you find yourself worrying about your comic looking like this when you get through with it? I tell you what, Mr. White Gloves Incorporated has got something for you. For you. Something that will take your mind at ease when you read your comics. Yes, sir, Bob, we sure do. It's called Super Duper Comic Book Reader from White Gloves Incorporated. This little jewel right here will cradle your comics and keep the spine stress from happening to your books. It's got this handy-dandy, one-of-a-kind patented marker that goes right down in between the books if you have to walk off and something closes the book. It's a gradual angle so you can read your book without straining your neck. Yes, I said straighten your neck. Black Friday deals galore. It's back again this year, but this time it is the Comic Book Reader 2020. Yes, sir, 2020. And you may ask, how does this actually work? Well, let me give you an example on this right now. You place your book in there, you cradle it, and you use a corn dog stick to turn your pages. A corn dog. No. A corn dog stick, not a corn dog. A corn dog stick. And if you order tonight, this will be included for free. That's what I said, for free. For free. This flexible wood corn dog stick has been made by White Gloves hands and is taking care of all the care to take care of comics. You put your book in there, you slide this under, and you turn the page. Yes, sir. That's what I said. And I will say it again. You put your comic stick in there and you turn the page. This stick cannot be found anywhere other than White Gloves Incorporated. Back to this comic reader, and I'm going to tell you right now, this comic reader is sturdy. Yes, I said sturdy. It is not cheaply made. By no means cheaply made. We wouldn't do such a thing to you comic book readers out there in the community. No, sirree, Bob, we would not. No way, shape, or form. This comic book reader is super duper stout. It is made to last years of reading, years and years. Your grandchildren, your great grandchildren will read off this special comic book reader, one of a kind. I guarantee it. And like I said, this comic book reader is very special. And I bet you're wondering how much this Super Deluxe 2020 comic reader will cost you. Well, wonder no more. I'm going to tell you how much it's going to cost you. Not $199.95. Not $169.95. Not $129.95. Just remember, we're throwing this in for free. $99.95 and it's yours plus shipping and handling which we will negotiate on that at a later time. And you can have this special 2020 Black Friday deals galore comic reader in your house before Christmas. You put this off, the price may go up and shipping may go up. And it won't be there for your hubby or wife to open up on Christmas. Oh, the surprise on their eyes. The surprise on their eyes when they open this up. You can just see it. Your husband's going to say, gee, dear, you got me a comic reader. I am.
I'm a crazy person. I'm a crazy person.
Bravo.
My goodness.
Yeah. I've kept those. I love those. $59.99. Oh, dude, Monty, that was awesome. Great
but wait, there's more. If
exactly.
You want
now, what that second video he did for me, it's what I was dying and crying after the show. Literally, when he took a corn dog, and he just looks at it. He just throws it and just keeps talking and wham, wham, wham. That was awesome.
That was all improv.
Yeah, it was great.
That poor corn dog.
Somebody.
Yeah.
You know, I like to never found that corn dog.
Because Al ate it.
Memories.
I always promised everybody on the show I would do something about my new White Gloves Incorporated Press-O-Matic, but I haven't ever done that. But trust in your books.
Well, the good thing is now that I finally got you to admit I gave you the name, I want 10% when you become famous with your book.
Well, 10% of nothing is a lot of money.
Yes.
Because I'll never become famous.
So big shout out to Digger Jim. Digger Jim is going to be one of our guests in March. So big shout out. One of our guests coming up.
What does he dig for?
What's that?
What does he dig?
Yeah.
Comic
He's got
gold.
a beautiful.
You'll see he's got the right idea. There we go.
There you go.
Chris, have you ever moved into Golden Age, or are you collecting and looking
Oh,
at
absolutely.
Let's see.
Got one.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at this.
Yeah. There's another one.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
What year is that Green Lantern?
I think 1944. Yep, 1944. That was Green Lantern number 11. And I'll show you my prize. And I'll make a little thing really quick. And this was a book I was actually selling at my flea market and was very glad no one ended up buying it. And I'll show you in a second. I have it right here.
Oh, wow. There you go. Number 2.
Now, I paid, it's a 4.0, but it is restored.
Okay.
But the person I bought this from told me that this was a facsimile cover.
Really?
It ended up that it was a genuine cover. It was just somebody took a marker and marked all up and down on it. I paid $365 for this book.
Oh, wow.
Awesome.
That's Superman number 2 from 1939.
Look at him smile there. I love it.
I remember when because I do my live on PGX unboxings, I was expecting it to be a 0.5 because I was under, and it was funny when I did an unboxing of this. I got this back when I was living in New York. When I unboxed it, when I got it from the guy from eBay, I'm looking at the cover. I'm like, if this is a facsimile, this is the best facsimile I've ever seen.
What's the date on it? What's the date on it, Chris?
Fall of 1939.
Oh,
wow.
Damn.
Spine rebuilt, extensive color touch, reglossed, and cover trimmed. But I'll take that with a 4.0 with a real cover than what I originally thought it was. Yeah. I was trying to sell this. It was ungraded at the time at my flea market. I was selling it for $1,200 and nobody wanted it.
What?
Wow.
If you look this up online, an unrestored 1.8, somebody's selling for $12,000.
Wow.
Nice book.
I believe it.
So that's my dream. But yeah, I got many Golden Age books. I love Golden Age books.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll show you another one really quick.
Sure. Absolutely. No, you got plenty of time. This is your time.
This is one of the books that I guarantee you, I don't think anybody's ever shown on a comic book channel before.
Wow, it's big. Is that a big magazine?
Oh, whoa.
That is the first appearance of Donald Duck.
Yeah, that's the old drawing of Donald Duck. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep, this is...
What's the date on that?
It is from 1935. It's Whitman number 978.
Beautiful.
Wow.
So that is the first Donald Duck story.
Very cool.
It's got like a linen cover. It's not rare or anything, unfortunately, so it's not super valuable, but I love the fact that I own... Donald Duck was my favorite character growing up.
Sure.
So to have his first appearance...
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
Very, very cool.
That's the oldest book I own. Right there. So that would actually be considered Platinum Age.
Platinum?
Yep, because Golden Age starts with Superman, which is 1938.
Yep.
So that's 1935. So that's actually a Platinum Age book.
Wow. Very cool. Very cool. You got any pre-going horror books?
No, I never got into horror. You know what it is? When I grew up, I always loved comedies and adventures. Sure. So it's like if I wanted to watch horror, I could just put on the news.
Yeah. That's true.
This is the closest thing to a horror book I own.
That's a great book. Great book.
But yeah, and that's funny. That's why when I tell people that collecting comics know what you are buying. They could have the most expensive horror book on eBay for $50. I wouldn't know it if it was worth anything.
Yep, exactly.
Let me see if
these guys got me into horror. I went back and started getting the Marvel horror stuff, and it just ran with that.
I'll show you another Golden Age book.
Oh,
there you go.
That is either the first or second Stan Lee story ever.
It should be the second. Captain America number 3 was the first.
Yeah. So this is his second story ever. Submariner number 2. And again, I was trying to sell this at my flea market. It was ungraded at the time, and no one wanted it. So I'm very glad that certain things didn't. So I paid $979 for it.
I can give you that for it.
Yeah. Good luck getting that.
That is one of my one of the favorite Marvel Golden Age characters I collect.
I love it. I also have issue number 6.
Yeah, I collect a lot of the Golden Age Submariners.
Yep, and here's one more. This is another one that the person, I guess, didn't know what it was.
Wow.
That is World's Finest number 2, which is the first appearance of World Finest Comics.
Damn.
Because issue number 1 was called World's Best.
Eat your heart out.
So this has cardboard because it's too big for the PGX case, but they graded it. It is restored with moderate color touch.
Yeah.
But I paid $430 for this book. So it shows that, especially with Golden Age books, how many deals are out there that most people just don't know the value of the books.
No.
So, yeah, I love collecting Golden Age. There's something about them. I love the size of them. I love the fact that people
the history
bought them back then to read them.
Is what really attracts you.
What I really like is some of the and you go back and you read them. Some of the corny stories they have in there. That right in the middle of the book, they'll have a writer send in this story, and it's just all typed out in the middle of the book. It'll be about 2 or 3 pages, no pictures or anything, and you can just read the stories that somebody sent in
the article. Yeah, those are cool. Agreed.
Yeah,
and the way they talk in the word bubbles is just you're like,
and they're very wordy too. That's a lot of people,
Yeah, and some of the words they use now, these words mean something totally different, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute.
Oh yeah. And one more really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
That's Superman. Yeah, I actually have Superman 2, 5, 8, and I think 13. So I actually was lucky enough to get all of these early Supermans. I actually at one point had Batman number 2, but I had to sell it. Oh no, I'm sorry, Batman number 5. I wish I had Batman number 2. But I love collecting Golden Age comics. And if you saw that was a CGC,
out there, I hope you like that. Very cool.
So I have to ask that. I don't know if that guy from that comic store is still there. What year did he call it? Name We Love Comics.
Yeah, I don't know. Chris, Tim, if you're still in the house, what year did you call your shop that? Because I know for a while he had his YouTube channel was called that too, but it was called something different, and it's Mylar Madness. And he bought it when he bought his store. He had a problem. I think it was last year. He actually had it all on video. He had a robbery, and somebody ran into it. He had it all on tape, and he put it out there on the internet so people would see it. And yeah, it was pathetic. He went in there and just pulled books off, boom, 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 and walked right out.
Wow.
First year he opened a store.
That sucks.
That's terrible.
Tim, if you're still in the house, buddy, what year did you call your name your shop that? If you're still in the house, please. But yeah. Do you have any questions for us, Chris?
What's the fastest animal on Earth?
Cheetah.
So now, do you remember what movie that was from?
Wasn't a mutual? No, not a movie. I'm thinking.
Movie. They asked that. They were at an information desk. That's asking for information, and people were lined up. They were asking different questions, and that person came up and said, "What's the fastest animal on Earth?"
What was the movie?
Airplane 2.
Oh my god!
Oh god!
Oh my god!
Yep.
Now it's clicking. Now it's ringing.
Forgot about that one.
Yeah, when it comes to movies like that, I could basically recite each one of them, like Blazing Saddles and stuff like that. I could recite
Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah.
Movies
History
that
of the
can't
World.
be made.
Loved History of the World. That was awesome.
Oh yeah. Which, by the way, most people don't know that the Blazing Saddles was actually written by what the hell's his name? Richard Pryor.
Richard Pryor. Yep.
Most people don't know that. So when they say, "Oh, it's such a trouble kind of movie,"
yes,
like, Richard Pryor wrote that movie.
Yes.
And he was actually supposed to play the part of Bart the Sheriff.
Yep. And Cleavon Little was the guy who actually played him.
Yep. Because he was in his cocaine phase, and he wouldn't show up, so they had to find another actor last minute. And now no one could see anybody else playing that part, but the guy who plays him, like you said his name, I don't know. But yeah, I love movie trivia and stuff like that, especially when it comes to stuff.
I do too, movie and music trivia.
Let's see. Let's see a good.
Yeah, that was a good one too. Yes, Collector Inventory. Yes, in Brewster's Millions, that was a good show too. Yes,
Brewster's Millions. I love that one.
That was a great one. But my favorite part in History of the World, and I remember it so vividly in the movie theater because I went to the movie theater and watched that. As soon as they did the French Inquisition, I was dying. I was literally crying. I was laughing so hard.
Nobody questions the Spanish Inquisition.
I was laughing so hard. That was so funny. Oh my god.
Mighty Python and the Holy Grail was my key.
Yeah, that was another good one.
Love it.
Hell yeah. Absolutely.
We are the behind the rabbit. We are the knights who say neat.
Monsieur Lavoche. What? Lavoche. What? The cow.
Oh, let me say just
a comedy that I missed that used to be on TV, and it's so sad that they took it off. And I know he passed away, but which was Benny Hill. I used to love
that. I wasn't allowed to watch
it. Roman. Benny Hill was funny. Come on, Roman.
Well, how did that go? Oh, he had some women on that show.
All right, let's see this. Let's see if you can answer this trivia question.
Oh my goodness.
Police. What was it? The Naked Gun movies. What was the name of the TV show that it was based on?
Oh,
with Nestle
Car 54, wasn't it? One Adam 12?
No, because it was originally in this show and it became a movie.
Dragnet? Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, no. Wait, don't tell us yet. Say it again. Say the question again.
the movie Naked Gun was based off of what TV show that Leslie Nielsen was actually in, which only lasted for one season.
Wait, oh man, not the man from Uncle.
No.
Police Squad.
Oh my God!
Oh, Police Squad. That's right.
Oh,
it was originally a TV show, and it was so funny that they made it into a movie, and they called it Naked Gun.
Wow!
And
I did not know that.
Wow.
And before Airplane, Leslie Nielsen was a straight up comedian, a straight actor. Never did a comedic role in his life, and it was Airplane that got him into comedy.
Damn!
I remember watching the first Airplane in the theaters.
Yeah,
Nope.
yeah.
Right.
What was? All right, we have to go. What is the earliest movie you remember seeing as a child in the movie theater?
Star Wars.
Mine would be Jaws.
Mine was Star Wars.
Mine, I think, would be Jaws too.
They had
Either
movies.
Jaws,
I
Oh.
stayed in the lane. I stayed out. I'll never forget it. I stayed outside this movie theater in the pouring rain to watch that movie. I was soaking wet when I finally got to go watch this movie the first time. Yeah,
You're
it was
that
Star
excited.
Wars.
All right.
I don't know which came first. Was it Jaws or was it King Kong?
King Kong.
Well, the original King Kong came out in 1930.
No,
something. But
yeah,
you're
not
talking
that
about the
far.
one. Yeah, the other one was, I think, in 75.
That was 75.
Oh,
yeah.
it's pretty close because Jaws came out in 75 too, I think.
I think it was either 70. Yeah, so I think 75.
The,
Yeah.
the blonde in it. What was the actress's name?
In what?
King Kong. Remember?
Oh,
Faye
yeah. Who?
Come on,
forget her-
guys.
I forget her
Jessica
name,
Lange.
but I.
Faye
Jessica
Ray.
Lange. Nope.
Jessica Lange.
Yes.
Jessica Lange.
What a hottie.
Faye Ray might have been in the original.
And actually, she's not a blonde. She's a redhead.
That's every girl in Hollywood. It's not one natural blonde. You can always tell because they have blonde hair and brown eyebrows.
Yeah.
I mean, go the whole way if you're going to go it.
Buddy, what is up?
Because I remember sometime in 75. Isn't that when Space Invaders come out in the video game around that time too? And they had them in the theaters.
That was 78, 79.
Is it?
Was it?
We're really showing our age. What are you going to say, Roman?
I didn't like Space Invaders.
You didn't like Space Invaders game?
Oh, you talking about? I thought that little crappy movie. Oh no, I'm thinking about Mars.
You're talking about Mars Attacks. I like Mars Attacks. I thought it was
Jack Nicholas was the president. Invaders from
Yeah,
Mars.
it was great.
That was so cheesy, that movie. Oh
But
my
my
God.
favorite part of that
Overacting.
whole movie, you know what my favorite part of that whole movie was? It was
The end?
phenomenal, is when the alien goes in to do the speech. He's got all of them in the Senate, and he just vaporized the entire Senate to the ground. I was like, yes!
He was ahead. He was ahead of
Mars
his time.
Attack.
Yes.
Yep.
We need a clean house.
Let's see. As far as movies are concerned, what was the first? If you remember it, what was the first movie that you saw on your own, where your parents didn't take you and you didn't go with your friends? You went by
You scared
yourself.
the living crap out of me? Okay. The Exorcist.
That was the first. Wow, you're brave.
I had
Man.
nightmares forever because it was very graphic.
That
And they showed the unedited version, that cross thing with her mom in the
I
bedroom.
don't remember.
My first movie that I saw on my own was The Last Starfighter.
Oh, that was a great movie too.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes, an excellent one.
That movie did not stand the test of time, but that was a good movie.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. That was the first ever computer graphic run movie.
Exactly right.
And it showed.
Yep, it did. It's still good. To this day, I still enjoy it. That was right up there with Enemy Mine. Remember Enemy Mine?
No,
That was what. Oh, look, Roman's just freaking out. Like, what the hell? You didn't like Enemy Mine, dude? Seriously?
That was a great movie.
What'd you say, Roman?
Yeah, Lou Gossett Jr. was the man.
Jr. was the alien.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
And everything.
Yeah.
Oh my!
That's.
You get a white gloves for that.
That was a great movie, man.
It was a great movie, though. It's what it was about. That was really good. Anyway, it was around the same time. Sorry, Roman. It wasn't a kung fu movie.
What movie has special meaning for you?
Ooh, Rob
What do
Roy.
you think of that?
Okay, are y'all ready?
Yeah, we ready.
Yes.
Drum roll. Oh, geez, he got his wife here.
Oh, nice.
He's got
I knew,
the alien.
I knew she was encapsulated.
Isn't that?
I'm so jealous.
Is that Al's cousin?
Found that.
Joe?
That's the alien from Mars Attacks.
Yeah, is that do you know where those aliens have first originated from?
Probably a 50s sci-fi movie. That's all I know.
Actually, I can tell you where they originated from.
Where's that?
That look and style of alien, believe it or not, was a Topps trading card.
Yep.
Is where they first debuted.
I'm going to show you something. Chris. This is cool. It's talking about that movie, and I know. Roman's like, oh God, now they're getting into Mars Attacks, and I hate that movie.
So you got Yoda right there.
Hold on. Where are you?
Interspecies love connection.
Where's Al, dude? Where's Al?
He's back over there. He's chilling out with Vampirella.
Okay.
Smart man.
So I was garage sale hunting like a couple years, maybe about 5 years ago, and this is a gem I found. And this I left in the pack or in the case that I came in. This is from the 30s, and this was an original Mars Attacks card. Came just like this.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Kept it in there. $1. It's worth a hell of a lot more money than that right now.
Yep, that's where those aliens originated from, was those cards from back in the
Yeah,
day.
I love this card series.
See, I was moving a desk here a while back. I told you last show, but I found this back there.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's
Deadpool
98, but that was behind my desk. I was like, really?
Is
I
that the
didn't
one
know I
that
had
came in
that.
the comic book?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't remember where that came from. I don't know if that's the original. What year did he come out?
87?
87. Well, this is not as old as I thought. So this is 98. So
yeah, 87. I'm pretty sure is New Mutants 98.
No, because it's actually, is it 91? Because I have the comic right here, and it shows 50 years from 1941 to 1991.
So, is it 91? I thought it was I think that's maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I thought it was 87 for some reason, but yeah, you're probably right. Obviously.
Anybody have a graded version of it? You could see it right on the label.
No, I do not.
See, that's why graded books are good. See. All right, I got a good one for you guys, so you can answer this. What was something you either sold or gave away that years later you found out is worth a ton of money now?
My almost complete Star Wars figure collection.
The originals?
Yes, all of the originals. I still have some of them, but I do not have I had the mail-aways. I had all of them. I had the JCPenney exclusive sets. I still have the tall Snaggletooth in the blue outfit, which is one of the most expensive figures in the Star Wars lines. And that was a JCPenney exclusive as well. But if I could have kept all those figures, man, that was pretty cool. I had a ton of Star Wars figures.
I actually, when I was a kid, I used to always think about how things could be worth something in the future. I had all of the original Star Wars toys still in the cards, never opened.
Oh, wow.
And then when I was a teenager, I was dating this girl, and she was convinced me to open them.
Yeah.
And I ended up opening them all and eventually lost them all. But I mean, you're talking the original Star Wars toys, all still in their original packages.
the only thing I can think of that I wish I still had that I got rid of that would probably be worth a lot more was my 1953 Chevrolet pickup.
Ooh.
And yeah, had the column, they had the column shift, and the starter was in the floor where you pressed the button in the floor and it started it.
Oh wow!
And no, because I got all my childhood toys. Yeah, I'd have the old roll down windows. Yeah, on the side. Yeah, sure did.
Did you have to wear gloves when you drove it?
You're muted, Roman. You're muted, Roman.
Back for war gloves, but yeah, Roman, you're muted.
Mute, Roman. You're muted.
Rookie mistake again. He cranked it in the front.
Oh no, it wasn't that old, but I wish I still had that pickup because it was what they call, I think they call it 5-window, and yeah, I had it converted to propane. I drove it around town, all over this town, and everything. It wasn't even tagged or stickered or nothing, and the cops just looked at me and they just wave real big and grin. I drive by, and I love that pickup, but I got into a situation where I had to sell it.
Did anybody lose something because their mother sold it or threw it away? Or threw it away?
Oh, yeah. All my daggum concert shirts.
My Playboy collection. And then the very next day, there was a priest in my bedroom.
My mother actually went PMRC and put a bunch of my records and tapes in the driveway and burned them.
Ooh.
Yeah, she did that with my Kiss collection too.
All the metal stuff I had.
Yeah,
mine was all of my late 70s, 80s concert shirts. I went to all the concerts, and the only concert shirt that I really missed out of all that was the '79 Highway to Hell AC/DC.
Oh, nice!
I got to see Bon Scott in '79, and that concert shirt was in them. And I was over there years later after I got out of the military, and they were gone. And I opened a drawer in the kitchen and to get a rag out, and they were all cut up in there. She was using them for dust rags.
Mine was a phone number.
Oh.
Did you say a phone number?
Yeah, you know, you're out of the club and you see the young lady. Y'all first able to go to clubs and see the young lady and see her getting numbers from all the guys, and you go there and try to get her number. She said, give me your number. I said, I seen you get like 6 numbers tonight. You're not going to call me. She gave her the number. She called the next day. You living at home with moms. Moms, here's the answering service. I heard the baby in the background. I just arrested the message.
Are you sure that number was an 8675309?
What the number was? She called. I gave her my number. She called. And my mother said, I heard a baby in the background. I just erased the message.
Wise decision.
Dale, that was her name. I forgot that. That's 30 years ago. Dale.
Dale.
Never got that girl name.
Dale.
Never forget. I ain't never forgave Mama for that one.
Okay, stick around, gentlemen. We're on the 3 hours, like 3.5 hours we've gone already.
Didn't you say something about movies?
Yeah.
First movie I walked out on. I got scared and walked out on Aliens when the thing hit, when the alien popped in his face.
Oh, the face.
My favorite movie.
First movie I cried on. Man, that was a rough movie. I'm the same age as the actor. Come on, champ. Champ. Get up, champ. Champ ain't Ricky Schroeder in the champ. Remember that? Was Faith Underway?
The champ.
Ricky Schroeder.
Yeah, Ricky Schroeder.
And he was trying to look, and I was the same man, and I was just bawling. My mother said I was bawling because Champ wouldn't get up.
Stan's buddy, what is up, my dude?
Got that movie. I have to watch that scene every now and then. Champ.
My first book I ever cried at was Where the Red Fern Grows.
Oh, that book is brutal. The movie's brutal too. Old Yeller is another bad one.
Old Yeller was another one, yeah.
Old Yeller's brutal.
Notebook get you, it's still during the day. The Notebook get you a little something there.
Yeah, it does.
Hey,
I was going to say the Notebook.
I got this girl and a girlfriend. She's like, the Notebook, I'm on my way. The Notebook about to come on. I'm on my way. Stop at the gas station on the way. The Notebook get you some, Sands.
What was the first record album you ever bought? So see, we'll show our age with that because most people that are younger.
Oh my gosh.
Boston.
Oh my gosh. I collect albums. I can't even think.
That was my first album I bought.
The first album I ever bought, I shoveled driveways to get the money, was Kiss Alive 2.
Yeah, that was another one. Yep.
I think mine wasn't an album. I think mine was an 8-track.
I had 8 tracks too.
It was a Red Fox. It was a Red Fox comedy 8-track.
Oh, that's definitely going back.
Yeah. It was a Red Fox comedy 8-track, and Ben, it was very belligerent and rated like R.
Yeah. It was a cassette. It wasn't an album, it was a cassette.
I think
it was Ice Cube's America's Most Wanted. Ice Cube's America's Most Wanted.
I think my first album. Yes. My first album was also a cassette, and it was Rat Out of the Cellar.
Ooh. Oh wow!
Oh, I loved Rat.
Oh, yeah. So you're an 8. That's it. Was that like 84, 85, somewhere around there?
Yep.
That came out?
83, I think.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I knew it had to be early.
I got to see him in concert.
I did too.
I had a shirt, but we done went over that.
Yep.
First concert you went to without your parents?
Kiss.
Ooh.
Fleetwood Mac.
Mine actually, believe it or not, I thought it was a joke when my friend said it was Heart.
Heart?
Oh man.
Yep. Madison Square Garden.
Yep.
Without my parents was probably Kix, Great White, and Tesla.
Wow.
Mine was 75, Fleetwood Mac.
Great.
About yours, Roman?
Come on. It's something they used to have back in the day called the Fresh Fest. And I'll just say the lead act was Run DMC.
There
you go.
The lead act, of course, was Run DMC. They were the star attraction.
Nice.
Run DMC.
The best part, though, Chris, is like 30 years later, Chris did their reunion tour like they always do, Kiss does. And they did the Psycho Circus tour. And I was able to get, I think it was like 4th row corner stage for Kiss. And I got them for my kids. Both of my kids.
Sure,
my kids
you
were
did.
really, my kids were really young, right? And I knew what to expect because I've been to Kiss concerts. And they were sitting right next to me and they're watching it. And I'll never forget their faces when Gene came out and he comes floating all over the stage up on top and he's doing God of Thunder. They're just like, and blood fell in their face. And they're like, Dad, he's spitting blood. I go, I know, isn't it cool? And they're just like, the whole time I was getting more pleasure watching my kids and they never forgot it. Never forgot it. I was the coolest dad in town. You brought your kids to Kiss? I go, hell yeah, I did.
That's funny.
What is the concert or the group or a person that you never got to see and regretted never seeing him in live?
Sade.
Mine is Journey. I am an absolute Journey fan, and I hate the fact that I never got to see them in live concert.
Sade for me.
I'm trying to think.
I'm trying to think too.
That's easy.
What'd you say, Roman?
That's easy for me.
Who?
Tina Marie and the OJs.
Ooh.
Tina Marie, and I haven't seen that. I didn't get a chance to go see the OJs.
I mean, I'd have loved to see the Doors live.
Were you alive when they were around, though?
No.
Well, I mean, like somebody you could have seen, but you just didn't.
Somebody I could have seen, but just didn't.
Right.
Probably
for
David
whatever
Bowie.
reason.
I'd have loved to see Bowie live.
See, I seen Bowie live. Oh man, I thought
I'd
that
love
was
to see
awesome.
Bowie.
I watched him at this little state theater. It was real old fashioned state theater. It was awesome. He was doing his what was it, China Girl tour at that time. It was awesome.
I can't think of any that I had a chance to go that I didn't go.
Some you was too young to go see. How about that?
Oh, well, probably Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Too young to go see Led Zeppelin?
Do what?
You were too young to go see Led Zeppelin?
Yay! Highly is in the house. Buddy, what is up? Van Halen and David Lee Roth with David Lee Roth.
That'd have been a great show to see too.
I got to see that.
Yeah, that's another one.
David Lee and Van Halen. I got to see which I liked them better. A lot of it's tip versus tap, but I liked Sammy Hagar. I got to see Sammy Hagar when he was on tour by himself too.
That's cool.
Concert, it was easy to get high at. No.
That would be Ronnie James Dio.
Yeah. And I liked him too, though. He was good.
Ooh, yeah.
I watched him.
What's
Seen
this?
him live.
I just had that question because my brother always said you were too young to go see Parliament Funkadelic. And it was just as soon as you can be standing outside the stadium and you was high. It's the way you was
Oh yeah.
That was the same way the ACDC
Parliament Funkadelic.
Exactly.
You high on contact.
The good old contact high.
Oh my God, yeah.
ACDC was the same way in '79.
Yeah. Just cloud of smoke.
I mean, that's the first time I ever seen anyone on stage moon the whole audience. You know,
Yeah.
they were ACDC was very. I mean, Angus liked to take down his pants.
Talking about that. Here's an interesting one. So I also liked punk rock back then, and I remember going to it was the First Avenue Prince's Bar, and they used to have small venues there, and it was the first time I went to go see the Plasmatics, and she was this blonde mohawk chick, big boobs, and she did
Wendy
whipped
O.
cream.
Williams.
She was so violent, and I got a scar there to prove it. It's underneath my lip, or underneath my mustache here. I was out there slam dancing, and a guy came down with his fist. They weren't supposed to have any kind of spiked jewelry. Came down right on my face, and we both just started having it out. We got arrested, got put into emergency ward, and I'm just still swearing. And all of a sudden, I pull the shade, and the guy next to me is the guy that we were having a fight with. We wound up becoming good best friends for a longest time. And we wound up becoming friends after that stupid fight. And we had such a good time. We were laughing at each other. So after all that, it was nothing. But yeah, Wendy O. Williams, big time. Yep.
So I got kicked out of the Joan Jett Loverboy concert. Oh, because I got up on stage when Joan Jett was there, and liked about probably it was close. I almost gave her a hug until I was yanked up and took backstage. They let me out of the Coliseum and told me not to come back. I went around the front and I told them I had my ticket stub, and I said I had to run out to the car, and they let me back in. And between about 2 songs later, I was right up front again with Joan Jett. And a lot of people from my high school was there. And when I went back to school that Monday, everybody was talking about it. And they said, because I wore a FFA jacket that had my town's name on it, and they were asking who that was. And a buddy of mine said that was him. And they were just like, oh my God, dude, you almost gave her a hug, because I was in love with Joan Jett.
Yeah.
And this roadie moved away, and there was a perfect path for me to just step over that barrier and step right on stage. And it was like, boom, I was there.
I got a deep one to see who can answer this. If you had a time machine and can go back in time to your 20-year-old self, what advice would you give 20-year-old you?
Buy Golden Age comics more.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Forget the silver, go golden.
I would have been buying up books like left and right.
Buy Bitcoin when it was 7 cents a coin.
Yeah, I'd say probably save more money.
Yeah, no kidding.
Threw that hot $800 into Microsoft.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, seriously.
There you go. There you go.
You'd be
and take care of your credit.
What's that? Right? What did you say?
Take care of your credit.
Take care of your credit. Buy a house immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even buy a car. Just buy a house.
Yeah.
Right.
What's the work? Buy a house.
I would definitely tell myself about the Bitcoins, because I actually was one of the people that was early into Bitcoins. But in the beginning, when it was like $1, then $20, then $2, I had 7 full Bitcoins, and I sold them all when it reached 100.
Oh,
because I didn't think, because back then, and this was going on for like 2 years, it would go from like 69 cents to $30 to $2 to $20, and everybody's like, this thing's never going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
So when it went to 100, I sold all 7 of my Bitcoins.
Yeah.
I kick myself every time now. So I would tell myself, don't you dare do that.
Yep.
Especially when they got up to what, at 1.63,000, 65,000 a piece.
Yes.
The regrets.
Yep.
See, I had to throw in something new because most of the stuff we're talking about, a younger audience would be a record, 8-track. What are those?
Right. Cassette? What does that mean?
You mean there's somebody other than Taylor Swift out in the music industry?
You know, speaking of that, since you brought that up, I'm going to comment on this. Taylor Swift, you know, they have done this AI and everything out right now.
Oh, I just heard about this. The Queen just told me about this.
And what they're doing to her is wrong. Whether I like her music or not, what they're doing to her is wrong. Making AI nude pictures of her and putting them out there. I hope the living heck that she gets a hold of who does that and sues them for every single penny they got, and they get put in jail, because there's no sense. That is her. I mean, if they could do that to her, they could do it to anybody.
But they need to put
a stop to this right now.
But Monty, here's the problem with it. Okay, anybody can use those software programs, and the monetization thing on it is so hard to control. I feel bad for her, but you know what? She's the bigger person. Also, on the upside of that story, I heard about this story. When that got put out there, all of the Swifties. Sorry, guys, I'm going to say it. I am a Swiftie. I like her. I do like her.
Nobody's perfect.
I do like her. I know nobody's perfect. I do like her. I'm not that dedicated fan. I like her music. I like her. I think she's classy. Okay, she keeps her head above, but she's got to stop letting stuff bother her. And this particular situation, she just should walk by and ignore it, because what wound up happening is all of her fans flooded that websites that were posting that, putting all these other pictures up to hide the naked pictures. It's not her. It's an AI. People got to learn to just leave it alone, and it'll go away.
Yeah, but her likeness, really, it's more because she stood up for the record industry for their stuff to get played, and now it's her chance to stand up for her likeness being used, because I've already seen it on Facebook.
Of course.
People sitting there and have their likeness, a famous person, and they're talking about these gummies, these BD whatever gummies to stop you from smoking and all that. And they got these personalities talking about it, and they're using AI. And I said, yeah, there's going to be some people, and you don't know what's in these gummies. They can have fentanyl or something in them, and they're buying them, and people could be dying. I mean, these people aren't supporting that stuff.
Right.
The way to fix stuff like that is don't participate in it.
Don't
watch it.
Exactly.
I knew nothing about that until you said it.
Yep.
Well, and the other thing they say too, and you know, in the circles that are people that are famous, unfortunately, if you're a public figure, you're going to be scrutinized. And you're going to have all kinds of nonsense.
The Queen said that. My Queen said that. She goes, "That's something she's going to have to just ignore."
But you got to understand this too. Like, I mean, there's no such thing as bad publicity either, right?
Yep.
So
there you go.
You know, so you know, as much as you know, people abuse stuff like that. I mean, when you're a public figure, there's a certain amount of crap that you're gonna have to deal with, no matter what. Yep. And as long as you're the bigger person and stay above board with all that you do,
exactly,
you really shouldn't have much to worry about, because
she's a very smart woman.
But they're making money off her likeness. They're making money off her likeness, and that is wrong.
What company is doing the AI? But what company and what country is it coming from? Is it coming from the United States, or is it coming from China?
You got to understand too. That's what a lot of the Hollywood strike. That's what a lot of the Hollywood strike stuff was about too, because they were talking about putting all these actors and writers out of business because of AI, right? So these actors could have had their likeness used in AI. That's what a lot of those contracts and those disputes were about during the strikes. So, I mean, with the technology advancing as it is, it makes sense that, you know, people have got to stand up for their rights, and she's got just as much right as everybody, of course.
I agree.
To do just that, you know?
I hope she takes it to the limit and they get this straightened out. And another thing that stands in the way is because they don't have laws now on this AI stuff.
No, they don't.
Congress hadn't passed, the government hadn't passed laws to keep up with that technology. So it's going to.
Now you're talking about quantum computers. There's a big step there.
I mean, you also got to understand too, this is going to kind of go back to, you know, even like, believe it or not, the Larry Flint debate, right? You remember when he was making fun of Jerry Falwell and said all kinds of stuff and put ads in Hustler magazine and all that stuff, and then Falwell tried to sue him for libel. Well, nobody believed any of the stuff that was put out in that magazine, so you couldn't sue him for libel, right? So I mean, as long as people stand up for their rights and continue to stand up for their rights, then it's going to make sense, to do exactly that. And to, go after the people where they can, but it's got to make sense all around. You can't, as much as people try to limit free speech, and again, we keep giving up more and more of our rights all the time, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a big rabbit hole you don't want to go down in.
No, you're not wrong. But what I'm saying is, like, people still have to remember that you need to stand up for who you are and for your rights, and to make sure that due diligence is done, to the nth degree, to protect yourself and your loved ones and whatever it may be. Unfortunately, being in the public eye, as some of these people are, how many people have had scandals that are in the public eye, whether it be an actor, a singer, whatever. You know what I mean?
How many of them have the sex tapes and stuff like that?
Yeah, and some of that stuff gets intentionally leaked by some of these people just to get the attention.
Yeah.
So
and we've seen that countless times too. So, it's a slippery slope in a lot of ways,
Yeah, let's put it this way. If that Taylor Swift thing wasn't happening, would we be talking here about Taylor Swift?
Right.
So
unless you're a Chiefs fan,
or talking about Dazzler.
Right.
But other than that, like, they'll always take it. A lot of that stuff, they'll pretend that they're outraged, but they realize it gives them attention and it'll make them a crap ton of money. And remember, criminals don't usually follow laws. So you could make 6,000 laws. Criminals don't obey laws. So it's not going to stop them. It'll just make them find another way to do it.
Yeah, there's always another angle, right?
Right. And
I just don't think I like this AI stuff when they're doing this, because it's just a lot of people are going to believe stuff that is not.
People believe it, stuff anyway.
Yeah,
it's just a different way.
Yeah, that's why you got to, like, really do your independent research, or really go out and, like, look at some different things in its own light, in its own way. There's like 16 sides to every story. It depends on your perspective and who's telling it and where it's coming from, and you got to do a little fact checking and actually do some research on your own and make good decisions based on your research and your independent thought. That's the main thing.
Do your own due diligence, which unfortunately most people don't do because it's difficult. That's why.
Well, and it's also easy. You know what I mean? It's also really super easy. If you don't want to, if you want to just believe what anybody tells you, then so be it. You do.
Quiet enough sayer. Just a little comment on that. Did you know ABBA was one of the pioneers of the music videos back in the day? They were one of the first that, before MTV, that was putting out music on TV for videos. ABBA.
Yeah, before MTV Music was about the talent. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what killed Christopher Croft's career. MTV.
Yeah. Well, I also killed Billy Squires when he did that daggum video of him dancing like a ballerina across his bedroom, and his career went after that.
You guys ever see I think it was Mick Jagger and was it Billy Idol, or I forget who it was. They were doing Dancing in the Street. There was a video of them.
Wasn't that Tina Turner? No,
it was either David Bowie or it was David Bowie and Mick Jagger.
It was Bowie and
Oh my God! I remember watching that video as a kid. I'm like, what the hell's going on with these?
Well, don't you remember the very first video MTV ever did? Music video?
Video killed the
radio kid star. Radio star. That's a trippy video. If you haven't seen it, go watch it, guys.
And maybe I'll get the name right, but one of the biggest videos that blew up and was a pioneer through MTV was what was the guy that had the Simply Irresistible?
Robert Palmer.
Robert Palmer, and they had all the cartoons. The other one, Sledgehammer, and all that. They had
was
cartoons.
No, I think you're thinking about the Genesis song when
that was Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel.
Yeah, those two artists with those two broke the MTV right there. The most popular. The Simply Irresistible. Seeing those girls sitting there dancing and everything, him coming out singing, it just crazy.
Fish heads, eat them up.
Max Headroom.
I remember that. That's funny, Quiet. Oh my goodness, that's awesome.
Now, how good is this on a comic book channel? We've talked about everything but comics.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Talked about a little bit of everything.
Because
welcome to my world.
Because new comics suck. I'll tell you that right now. I'm sorry.
Well, not all new comics suck. There are some hidden gems out there. There's some hidden gems out there.
There is some good ones. Like I like Philadelphia. I like a lot of stuff that Rodney Barnes does. Excellent work. Excellent stories. Wow. Very,
I like
good.
I like the new stuff that come out in the 70s, 60s, and 50s, 40s.
Of course.
I'm still getting new stuff every day.
Of course.
As they say, even a broken clock is right at least twice a day. So, which most people would never get that reference because everything's digital now.
Right.
No, collector's inventory. Something about ABBA too. Did you know the group ABBA made more money off the play Mamma Mia than they ever made off their band ABBA?
Wow.
Yes. They made more money off that play Mamma Mia than they ever did their whole career at ABBA.
We're in the wrong line of work.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I shall return. I've been drinking a lot of water.
Okay. Chris, this was awesome, buddy. I can't believe we're almost on the 4-hour mark.
Right?
Yeah, this is about the halfway point of when I was doing my videos. 8 hours every time, and you'd never know it was that long.
I know.
Good news, bad news. My phone's going to die here at any time. So
is it? Well, we're going to be cutting it down pretty soon here.
Yeah, because I got to get going in a little bit because I got I feed like 25 stray cats and can't let them wait.
Yep.
25 stray cats. Jeez.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that litter box. Good Lord.
Well, they're strays, so they're outside. So
well, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I still don't want to see that sandbox. Good Lord.
Yeah, I try never to walk outside barefoot.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Boys, Roman, you got anything you want to talk? Anything you got coming up, buddy?
As long as he's unmuted.
I heard him.
He's not muted. He's just far away.
Roman.
Did he fall?
Roman.
I was messing around at the stove. I'm sorry.
Okay, buddy. You got anything coming up? Doing any shows?
You guys with the vintage stuff tonight on Strictly Comics channel. They're doing a vintage off. So
yes,
that that's just golden, silver, and bronze age books starting at 8:30.
Yep.
They're doing that tonight. That should be interesting. So if you want history lesson.
Yep.
You know, send the old guy over there white gloves so he can talk with them about golden, silver and bronze age books only. And maybe they have a couple platinum. I know they have some nice books out there though for the old heads.
Yep.
So that's all that's going on with me. Other than that, nothing.
Okay,
waiting for my revenge game tomorrow. I've been waiting 41 years for. 1983, the San Francisco 49ers beat the Detroit Lions 24-23. We missed the field goal in the playoffs, but 5 seconds ago. So I've been waiting 41 years for this game. And I got my bets. I got my bets in from the casino. Go Lions, go Chiefs.
Good luck to your Lions, buddy. Good luck to your Lions.
What's your prediction for the score? What's your prediction for the score?
35-31 Lions.
Everybody write that down.
Right.
35-31 Lions. Whatever. I just want us to win.
Right. They got a good, talented young squad.
So that's it. 41 years. I posted something today. If you want to watch the video from that game, it's probably when they call it one of the legendary games. So it's one on YouTube for about 18 minutes. Highlights and stuff.
Okay. I brought
1983. Our coach did like this with 5 seconds left in the game. He did like this, and he did the prayer. And we always regretted seeing Monty Clark do this. Field goal. And we just I'm just we in a state of calm right now, waiting on tomorrow. The city is in a state of calm.
Sure.
Waiting on tomorrow. Waiting on tomorrow. We in a state of calm.
Yeah, I got spoiled when I moved to Florida because when I moved to Florida, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays won twice of the World Series, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers won the Super Bowl back-to-back.
Yeah, that was with John Green years, right?
Nope.
Wow.
So I brought the good luck to Florida.
Cabrera.
Not this year, though.
He was on the team now. Other than that, no, I haven't watched the vintage auction in a little while. I watched Heart of Stone last night. That was that Gal Gadot movie on Netflix. And
which one? Which movie?
Heart of Stone.
Okay.
Had an Avengers James Bond vibe to it.
Okay.
Avengers James Bond vibe to the, it's somebody above all the government. There's an agency above all the government agencies that can save everybody.
Was it good?
It actually was good. She's actually good.
Okay.
And I finished watching Lincoln Lawyer last night.
How was that?
The series. 2 seasons. I just finished 20 episodes. I mean, that was good too. So I think I'm getting ready to go watch. I got time. I never watched it. It's time to go ahead and get my Mission Impossible on. It's for free now. I've been waiting for Mission Impossible to be free.
Yeah, that's what I'll wait for too. I won't buy it.
If you got Paramount Plus, it's on Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
Well, Paramount Plus is the worst app or whatever you want to call it, pay per view or whatever that hell whatever it is the worst ever. Both my TVs have problems picking it up. Both my TVs have problems picking it up, and that TV behind me kicks out Disney Plus. So I have to go in the bedroom sometime to watch Disney Plus.
Wow.
It kicks out Disney Plus. It won't play Disney Plus stuff. The Marvel stuff. It won't play it. And I enjoyed the Echo, although it was the first episode was the best with Daredevil in it. They still shouldn't have.
Anything else, Deuce? Roman or Deuce?
Nope. I'm good, buddy.
I'll see you next week.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Roman, next week?
Yep. I have my alarm clock set for 1 o'clock.
Okay. Oh, it won't be 1. It'll be 12. Normal time.
No, 1 o'clock us.
Yeah. Your time. Yep. You got it. Okay.
As you can see, I'm up all night now. I'm on midnight schedule now. I go to sleep when the light comes on. I done messed it up for you now. I go to sleep. I really haven't been to sleep. I was watching TV all night. Then I dozed off about 10.
Are you taking care of yourself? You taking your meds and all that? You good?
Yeah.
Good.
It's just on the wacky midnight schedule. So,
Okay.
The snow came here in Michigan. I just went outside for the first time in 3 weeks.
Make sure you're reading the directions.
Snow, what's that?
Yeah.
No.
The snow came, then the ice came, and all I did was had them deliver my groceries, and I just stayed in my apartment, hunkered down for 3 weeks.
Right now, we were negative 40 last Saturday.
Jeez.
Now we are 40 degrees. It's warm.
Wow.
Everything is melting.
Then I came outside.
You want to know?
I know I can't.
Everything melted.
I know I can't beat Chris, but we're at 70 degrees.
Oh,
85, baby.
I think
I'm
we're
walking around in shorts and a t-shirt.
Nice.
Yeah,
I love
I'm walking around in shorts and a t-shirt too. 60 shirt.
Tell them what we
But
doing at 40 degrees.
He's in
40
Florida. He's
degrees,
in
you know what they
Florida.
doing? They ice skating out there with t-shirts on. They out there ice skating with t-shirts on. They're like, it's 40 degrees. It's
40 degrees. It's
They
nice
ice
outside.
skating.
Yeah, I can go out there with my shorts with these shirts, and that doesn't bother me.
They trash out with t-shirt on.
I actually make fun of a lot of people here in Florida because when it goes down to like 65,
It makes
people
me
wearing
laugh.
winter jackets,
Yes,
they're wearing
yes.
gloves.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, really? 65 degrees to me in New York was like June.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
exactly.
I'm still going swimming in that weather. So it hasn't.
Shorts up
I've
here,
been here.
30 degrees.
Cool. Okay. Monty.
I'll be here next week.
Cool.
I don't have anything planned other than doing some stuff in my shop, and I'll be bagging my posters, trying to get all those in Mylars. So and you never know what I'll find out on the road. But then after that week, I'm on call, so you won't see me for a week. And that's it.
Gotcha.
And Chris.
I have a couple of videos coming. I'm just waiting for some books to arrive in the mail. I got some more deals that I always like to share with people, but I want to thank you personally for giving me this opportunity, and I had a lot of fun, and I want to thank all the people watching that commented and asked questions, and please make sure you subscribe and like to his channel because
Thank you, buddy.
It was a very fun experience, and
This was awesome. And Chris, you're welcome back anytime just to chit chat. Sometimes at the open mics, you're more than welcome to come back.
I may sneak in.
We love it. And with that said, let me get not now, Bug. Can you wait a minute? Now, see, my dog has to go outside now. Give me a sec.
A moment of silence for everybody.
Right.
Bow your heads.
Right.
Hey, while we're waiting, since you were talking about the Golden Age, I'll show one last Golden Age book that I got that I wanted to show.
Special
nice.
editions.
This is
Marvel.
actually the first solo Captain Marvel book.
That's cool.
CGC 6.0.
That's cool.
And the funny thing is,
awesome.
This is from 1940, and this is like only the 5th highest book. There are some in the 9s. I think somebody has a 9.8 of that book.
That's crazy.
Yeah, especially from a book that old, it's amazing. Which showed no one read it even back then.
So here we go. All right. So thank you, community. Thank you, you guys, the panel. You guys are awesome as always. Chris, thank you very much. You're welcome back anytime. You know that, dude. You were an awesome guest today. And I can't believe we're on 4 hours.
My wife says all the time.
Yeah. All right. So as I always say on my show, all you kings and queens, the quest never ends. And also I got another special shout out. And this is an ending line from one of my buddies out there, Chris Large. And it's this. So with all of this said and done today, go out into the world, be good, do good, change the world with the way you think. And the most important, take care of yourselves and take care of others. So peace, love, blessed be. See you next Saturday. Who Dat is coming. Another legend in the community. Peace.
Good night, everybody.